Okay, so I'm back. We're going to be doing some puzzles and commentating on a Crazyhouse match in 20 minutes between PKR 5025 and Lanok. So puzzles and Crazyhouse on Lichess. We're on 2352 puzzle rating and we're trying to push that higher. So let's see. Just some laid back puzzles. So here we're equal in material, 2 rooks and a queen. He has a pawn here, we have a pawn here, that's a slight imbalance. And we have some nice pressure on his king side. But I don't see a mate because rook takes pawn. Obviously if you went here, queen here would be checkmate. But rook takes pawn, pawn takes, queen takes, and rook here. Oh, queen takes rook at the end of the line. Very nice. +1. +1 puzzles. Okay. This seems even easier though. It's just simply queen here check, and then queen here mate. Nothing else to say. This is going to be a +0 maybe. +2. Okay. This one, taking the rook seems tempting. It's a free rook after all. Rook takes h2 is far too dangerous. And I want to block with the knight. I want to block with the knight. Suppose I didn't. Suppose I just backed off. Crazyhouse would say always block in this kind of situation. If I backed off, I'd lose this knight. So definitely block with the knight. Very simple. +1. Okay. This one feels like we're just winning a free rook, but we have to be careful. The king can come here, but we can go desperado and then win the rook. So check, desperado, and then win the rook. Very nice. Seems like we've got a lot of +1s today. So we're inching up towards 2400, which is close to my record on Lichess. Here I have an idea. This queen is very close to being trapped if I do this. No blockers, I can just take them. No squares apart from here, which falls to a check and wins the queen. That's it. Queen is trapped. Check. Discovery picks up the queen. +4. Okay, we're in check. And it feels like rook takes bishop to get a counter threat. So if he takes our rook, we take his rook, and we're up a piece. Nice. +2. Okay, next one. Looks like he's losing a queen. With this check, picks up the queen. Kind of easy. And no counterplay from him. That's really easy. +0. No, +1. Okay. So we're in check. This does limit our possibilities. Is there anything we can do which is forcing? Not really. I just don't want to be in check anymore. Material is equal. I mean, I could just take the bishop. That's kind of good material sense. If we go here, it's actually very dangerous because he's got rook here check, king here, queen here check, king here, and queen here. Well, it's not quite mate. Bishop here. Just feels very dangerous. I mean, king here just seems obvious. But what's the mate? King here, rook here check, king here, queen here check, king here, queen here check, bishop here. Still not seeing it. I mean, but king here is just obvious. I'm actually quite curious. King here. Just push. Try and defend. Then check here. Check here. So there's nothing kind of obvious. It's more like, I guess white's got these passed pawns. Okay, so that's +2. What do we do here? Well, we have an obvious check there, which is interesting. Because it's interesting because if the king were to go here, queen here is checkmate. So queen here, oh, but it has to go there. Yay, that was nice. I really like that one. +2. Okay, next one. And 15 minutes to go until the Lanark match. That'll be fun. Okay, is there a way of picking up this rook with our knight and bishop? Like knight here, check. Not so easy. Maybe just push. How's he going to stop? Maybe with the king? Ah, but then we have pick up the rook. Boom, boom. So that's the way to do it. Pick up the rook. Thank you very much. Yes, that felt nice. +3. This one, I don't like that my queen is under attack. I could take his queen. Take his queen. But he's taking my queen. So what about going desperado? I take, and then I take here. And then I've got and then I've got a bishop hanging here. And he probably just goes knight takes knight. Because I then take back and then he takes my bishop. That's somewhat annoying. What about going desperado on the knight instead? I go desperado on the knight. Well, he can't do this because then queen takes rook. So when he takes my queen and then I take his queen, his rook is hanging at the end of it and he's just lost a knight. I should have analysed that a little bit deeper, but it felt right. +21. Whew. How about that? 23.93 puts me on the brink of hitting 2400. So let's see if we've got anyone in chat. Anyone in chat? Not sure. So this move, knight here check, king would come to f2. But then we could maybe check on b2. So let's have a look. Knight here check. The thing with this is then their discoveries, but maybe the discoveries are not so dangerous. So yeah, this looks like a not completely. So maybe I quite like rook b2 first because that is actually threatening the Arabian mate. So we keep. Well, how is he stopping it? So the threat is knight here and rook here. There's no way of defending h2. No way at all. So the only way of defending it is either defending this square or blocking off this rank. That's not so easy. Blocking off the rank, I can't see any way apart from here. So if I did do rook b2, bishop g2 would come. But that's useless because I can just take the bishop. So yeah, rook, what else is there? There's no other way of cutting off this rank. So this is incredibly powerful. There's no knight move that protects f3. So I cannot believe it. Is it this first? Oh, I'm so shocked. Huh. What's the solution? So you pin the bishop. Okay. And the idea is we're probably going to go bishop here and win the bishop next. It's kind of hard to defend. That's true. So he does this, I take. And he might take back, and then I do this. Win the bishop. Okay. So what is the defense against rook b2? Here. I hadn't thought he could run to f1. He just goes for a run. He could even go back to f1. There's nothing completely forced, like rook d2, the bishops have defended anyway. The king just goes for a runner. Disappointing. So 9 minutes to go until the Crazyhouse match. And welcome viewers, we're just doing some puzzles, trying to get to 2400. Okay, what do we do here? Queen takes rook is actually quite tempting. But we're going to lose so much material in the process, so maybe it's not correct. So the idea of queen takes rook is we lose our queen for a rook, and then we go rook takes pawn, and we lose our knight for a rook. And then king goes here, and we take this. Now we end up winning that rook at the end of the line. It's kind of crazy, but I like it. I just rushed it, didn't I? I'm not going to like myself now. Why did I rush it? Okay, what's the solution? Takes the queen first. Simply attacks the knight. And why can't the knight just move? Why can't the knight just move out of the way? Because then we take here, and we're taking the knight next. And there's no way of defending. So if he tries to do this, then we take the knight, and the rook is pinned. Eek. Okay, so what was wrong with my crazy idea of queen takes rook, queen takes queen, rook takes pawn, knight takes rook, rook takes knight. Okay, so I was calculating this line, which of course is winning for black, but I didn't realize you could simply go queen takes rook, bishop takes, and then move the rook. So my bad. Got to slow down with some of these calculations. So this is an idea at some point, and this is an idea at some point, both opening up this diagonal. So the question is how to... Magical Dragons is offering a game of Crazyhouse. Well, okay, let's play a game of Crazyhouse. Although this is not my preferred time control. Why not? Okay, let's go. He's doing that, is he? Is he? Okay. Oh, that, yeah, okay, reasonable. I'll just do this. Let's just do this. Unfortunately, that is bringing his... What's the idea? Oh, that's true, that's true, that's true. What's the idea? Just do this. Yeah. Try and do this. Oh, that was a mistake. And I flagged. Okay, let's go. Need to go faster. This is not the game for... Okay, let's see. We'll take this one. And we'll do this. That's true, that's true. I had not considered that one. Let's do this. And I don't know what to do with this. No, I flagged. Ugh, that's very bad. Okay. Okay, one last game, one last game. This is not my time control, clearly. Whoa, whoa, whoa. What is this nonsense? I want to go knight takes rook, and I'm slightly concerned, but surely it's good. Yeah, indeed. Interesting, interesting, interesting. Do this one. Oh, well, we got a flag. Okay. Not my time control. Really didn't have a clue what was going on most of the time. Okay. Let us turn to more sedate matters. We're going to be commentating on PKR against Lanark. So I'm just going to turn that TV on for when they start. And while we're waiting, we can just think about another old puzzle. And just to show what's going on, PKR against Lanark is a match in the Crazyhouse League. The pawn pulverizers are 4-6 down with 2 matches to play. So Lock Zest Monsters with Lanark and Chabble Chab to play still need 1 point from the remaining 4 games to get at least a draw, 1.5 to win. So it's a must-win game in a way for PKR. And the bad fish against Chabble Chab, the bad fish needs to make sure to arrange his match. Because this was arranged in the past, but it didn't happen. So and PKR says, yeah, he's taking off. Looking forward to the commentary later. Okay, so let's look at the puzzle while we're. And yeah, I'll leave this puzzle open, and then when they start, I'll hear the peace sounds and just transfer over. Just one last puzzle. Okay. And good luck, PKR. Of course, you don't. No one's going to be. What I'm saying is the system. Obviously, You don't. As PKR knows, people who are playing a game obviously are not to listen to the stream. PKR knows that. Wow, this position is complicated. And returning to it, I had this idea as well. This idea is dangerous. This is covered. Where can the queen go? Queen can go. Okay, they already started. Okay, so welcome everyone. This is round 4 of the Crazyhouse Team League. I'm going to put this video up on YouTube later. It's PKR 5025, who was the most improved player of Season 5, and in Season 6 he's now, as you can see, aboard 3 for Team Pawn Pulverizers, led by GSVC, Pepelu, and so on. And they are up against the finisher Duchy 2000 Lanark. It's a must-win game because his trail's 4-6. And just to replay the first few moves, he's playing Knight F6 and this sort of thing. There are lots of possibilities here. Sometimes you might want to take this knight and put a knight on e4. Sometimes you want to put a pawn on a3. Those are the 2 main approaches. He's going for the bishop takes knight approach and knight on e4. So you have a kind of a diagonal of knights controlling dark squares. And the threat is to take on c3. And white is thinking. So that's the current situation. PKR saying in the comments, so far I'm in book, so I'm happy that he is thinking. Yeah, so I'm a bit wary about talking about the current position while they're still playing. So what else should I talk about? Well, I shall talk about this position more generally. Both sides have got pawns, but white has a diagonal onto h6, whereas black has chosen to block off his diagonal onto h3 in the hopes of just having a more secure center. Here at a3 is an idea. The point being, if pawn takes pawn, we could win a piece, because we have two attackers of this piece and only one defender. But white could defend by taking here. Bishop takes bishop would be kind of forced. Queen takes. This knight is hanging, but you might just quickly take this pawn first before taking back the knight. And if white likes, he can then sack the knight on c7 for a pawn, or he moves his rook out the way and then the knight is taken back, either with the queen or with the pawn. But white's got a pawn on b2 and a certain amount of counterplay. But quite a lot of pieces have been traded, and white would get some activity on the dark squares around the black king. And after this move, he plays c4, and he says he's never seen that move before. So c4 is often associated with weakening the c2 square, but clearly there's no issue of weakness of the c2 square in this position. The only square which may become weak because of c4 is c3. So at c3 was certainly a possibility. The idea being that if the bishop took, the knight would take back and the knight is no longer under attack. And if the pawn takes the knight, then the pawn takes the bishop with check. So knight takes pawn to be forced because you don't want to lose your queen. So this would have been quite tempting. Pawn here, pawn takes knight, pawn takes bishop, knight takes, and then we'd have a bishop and a pawn in hand. And black could have put a bishop here, so putting extra pressure on this diagonal. Probably white could still just defend, and then white could have just taken back this pawn. But there would have been a very annoying pin on this knight, and if ever black wanted, he could take off this. Yeah, I wonder why he didn't do that. So pawn hit here, pawn takes bishop, knight takes pawn, bishop here, and then whenever we want, we can go knight takes knight, bishop takes. Knight takes knight, bishop takes bishop, queen takes bishop. No obvious. The knight is pinned, so probably just taking back the pawn on d5 would have been the correct approach. But okay, instead PKR is going for at e3, which is interesting, because this pawn can just be taken and white doesn't have any pawn in hand for f2. So I sort of feel c3 was more called for. But let's try and catch up to the current position a bit more. At e3, interesting. So f takes e3 feels completely natural. Just saying, well, we're going to take a pawn. If we have time, we're just going to put the pawn back on f2. So I feel white slightly better here. Knight takes bishop. Interesting. So you don't want to take the knight with the queen, because bishop here is a slight problem. Then you could take the knight, take here, two pieces for the queen. But I guess he's put off taking this because of that knight. So he wants to take this knight first and then take here. But now this knight is a desperado, so it's going to go knight takes knight check for sure. And that's exactly what happened. Pawn takes. he thought queen takes f3 was better for him. In this position, queen takes f3. It's interesting. It's hard to say. Maybe a bit more active. Maybe the queen would be hit in future, but certainly the king side feels more secure. Nothing explicitly wrong with g takes f3. There may be a weakness in future on g2 if that bishop ever moves. But actually, I think white's got some nice ideas down the g file. So e takes d5. There was no way of getting a quick advantage here. I don't think so. It takes, and bishop c3. So well played from Lanov. Securing some of those weaknesses. So if we just assess the position here, material seems to be exactly the same as in the starting position. Both sides got 2 bishops and 2 knights. In fact, both sides got exactly what they have in the starting position. So the difference is that white's got lots of knights in hand, and black has got a knight and a bishop in hand. So I'd say black has a slight advantage in that sense because he has more variety in hand. He has more choice. If he needs a knight, he could use a knight. If he needs a bishop, he could use a bishop. Very tiny advantage from that. On the other hand, black is quite undeveloped. So in terms of pieces in hand, black has a slight advantage. In terms of development, black has a slight disadvantage. But a crucial thing in terms of holes in the position, this is kind of weak, this is potentially weak, this is potentially weak. There are 3 potential weaknesses in the white position, whereas white really has no weaknesses at all. And I think that's the most critical factor in the position currently. I mean, pawn at f2 seems like a good move. That fixes one of those weaknesses. So then there are only 2 weaknesses in the position, b2 and g2. Darknesses says, did not see queen e7 coming. So is there a problem with it? I mean, bishop here, takes, bishop back here, bishop here. You don't take it, you just reinforce at g2. Totally secure. So queen e7 is not a problem. I would go at f2. Okay, so he goes for a more aggressive route. So what this move indicates is he wants to target f6. So that kind of signals to black that he's going to go for g7 to try and distract that g7 pawn, maybe with the pawn at h6 or knight at h5. That's the signaling of this move. Yeah, it's certainly more aggressive than my suggestion of at f2. It may actually be better. So with 2 weaknesses there, 1 there, it seems like attacking on the king side is a good plan. It also seems like stopping at h6 and knight at h5 is also a good plan. So bishop here would be an example of a move stopping knight at h5 and follow up with a pawn at e4 and so on. Bishop here, he could just go pawn here, but that would not, yeah, maybe that would be, we don't control it. Takes. No, I think that's nice. You see, if the pawn ever moved, we have pawn at f2, knight here, check, knight takes bishop. So I really like bishop at h5 in this position. But okay, we're going to look after the game, and maybe we're going to find that a lot of the things I say are not necessarily true. That's the nature of Crazyhouse. He might, for example, have knight at g3 hitting that bishop. Okay, Lanok going straight in for an attack. And there is some merit to this, because if we take, we win a pawn, but at replace the pawn here, and we're going to get a knight on f6. It is slightly uncomfortable. So white getting some good counterplay here. Oh, but he forgot this one though. Don't know if that's good. He did forget it though. And this is going to get interesting because here queen takes pawn. Queen here is the daring move. Yeah, so not sure about f6. Felt a bit rushed. I mean, knight h5 felt like an easier, slower way of approaching things. And then if necessary, even sack here and put a pawn at f6 next. This is taking things on. I mean, if you do this, you're going to have to take it. Queen takes pawn. Ah, yeah, but this is just hanging. Such a shame. Okay, he has a point. It's not completely hanging. Yeah, quite a smart idea. I quite like that. So let's just consider if this, queen here check. What was the issue? Pawn here, queen takes queen, bishop takes queen. Was that so bad? Maybe it was. I feel like the bishop is doing a good job defending the weaknesses. And in the meantime, the threat would have been you've got a pawn here and, well, this knight is defending the direct mate threat with the queen. But we could have got very sharp with both sides trading queens in that position. That's not what happened. We're going to get... Yeah, what are we going to get here? Are we going to get this? Or what is white going to do about this file? Could just get a move like this, bishop here, creating a threat. Not an obvious threat, but just a potential threat. Maybe like knight here, attacking the queen, and then going knight takes here, and then winning the queen. Ah, he does it. Lanark does it. Let's make that a link. Yeah, now PKR running low on time. This is dangerous times. Can't allow the queen to stay on that diagonal, but he can't allow his queen to be harassed in the way that it is. Okay, well actually white hasn't got that. Okay, he has just allowed knight e6. Whether it's good or not, I'm not sure. But knight e6 and takes b7 was the threat. And knight e6 comes, indeed. He throws in a check, and notice that white's got no blockers. So that's actually a mildly annoying move. Okay, so king has to move somewhere. King to d2, king to d2 keeps the bishop diagonal open. But the problem with it is it allows knight at... No, it doesn't. I mean... Yeah, this is actually quite interesting. If king d2 was knight at c4 check a thing, just take it. Yeah, and the queen is still hanging, so you can't take back. Yeah, so maybe king d2 was fine. Okay, so he protects his queen, but he's going to lose b7. And so I was saying earlier how white had like 3 key weaknesses in his position. So white's done a good job in creating some weaknesses of his own in black's position, as well as putting pressure on the clock. So knight takes b7 seems clear. What he needs, though, he really did block up his bishop. I think I really like king d2 rather than king e2, because then knight takes pawn, king c8 could have been followed up with bishop a6, and he doesn't have that now. He doesn't have bishop a6 because he blocked up his own So now there's a threat about b7, and white will just put a pawn on b7 or rook b8. Pawn on b7 looks fine. If white took, the king can just take it back. Now I don't understand that at all. That is just suicidal from PKR. Completely suicidal, just losing the queen with check. Oof, I mean, queen here, taking the rook next. Oh, he doesn't take the rook. Okay, hang on. So why does he not take the rook? Because maybe he was worried about his king safety. But hang on. Queen takes rook, and then rook at e7. Why didn't he take the rook? Queen takes rook, knight blocks, rook at e7. Okay, but he takes the knight, and black defends the knight. Okay. It's kind of situation where you feel taking the rook had to be correct, had to even be potentially mating. Just queen takes rook. You can't go up because rook at d7 would be mate, so you have to block. And then, I mean, then you can go queen takes knight or something. Okay, he's worried about knight takes bishop check, winning the queen, of course. I completely forgot this. So queen takes rook, blocks, but then you'd still have knight b7 check. Yes, it's not so clear. So he's really playing defense, just playing a little bit safe. And maybe that's not such a bad thing, because his own king is not that secure if black got lots of pieces. EasyChess said, would 20 queen takes g4 be good? This is going all the way back. Queen takes g4. It's interesting. Queen takes g4. What I would do is just take a pawn with check, and then take the queen, maybe. Either way, it looks dangerous. Anyway, this could have all been avoided by a simple at b7 earlier from black. Okay, so he's sacrificed a piece for a pawn to really get in on the position, and so my hunch here would be like pawn at h6 kind of ideas. Takes f6, but actually bishop takes f6 would just secure everything. Okay, so he does something much slower, just queen b7. Makes me concerned, is there some kind of counterplay? No, the king looks very safe as long as white doesn't lose sort of heavies or something. King looks very safe. He defends his rook. Okay. Now bishop would be mating if you can go queen takes rook, rook, bishop, and yeah, not anymore. But he doesn't have a bishop for h6, so that's just a mute point, but just an idea. Okay, now I see his idea. He wants at f6. Okay, now queen takes rook is mating. Okay, queen takes rook is a threat. Queen takes rook check, knight takes rook at e8 checkmate. Serious threat, 6 seconds on the clock. Will he see it? He doesn't see it. And it's just mate in 1. Tough position though. Tough position. So Lanok takes game 1. Let's just have a look at the chat. Hi there, Joel Carlander Bughouse. We're doing some Crazyhouse League commentary for a board 3 matchup. So it's 7+7 Crazyhouse. And we have a repeat of the opening in the first game, except in this game, white is taking on d5. In the other game, I think white played d4 or something. We had something like d4, e6, and this bishop coming out here. PKR bemoaning his time management. So here we have the full trade on d5. PKR really does know his opening theory quite well. This position is quite... white with those knights has got quite good control of the center. I quite like this actually for white. D4. Now the only disadvantage, so this knight is really good at controlling the center. The only slight disadvantage is that knight blocks the bishop's view of h6. But the idea is just d4, d5, and white's got a very good control of the center. Ah, what? So we see Lanok, just like in game 1, hangs a piece, but in game 1 he had some genius idea for recovering the piece that blew our minds. Whereas in this game, oops, he's got a real uphill battle, because when you lose a piece, you don't only have one less piece yourself, but it means your opponent has one more piece. So it's like being -6 down. And then if you're black as well, you can add another 3 points. So it's like being -9 down straight away from the opening. And you can't even say that taking the piece puts that knight out of position. That knight's staring on f6 and h6, which are beautiful squares for that knight to look at. So when you take that into consideration, you could even say it's -10. So it's going to be a real uphill battle. It's not just a piece. It's a complete disaster. Having said that, he moves the knight, which is, yeah, I mean, could have put a new knight on e5, but okay, he moves the existing knight, fair enough. Just trying to think if that was the best. I think he missed something here. Simply like at d7, queen takes, and new knight at f6. It's really annoying. I mean, you lose 2 knights for a queen and a pawn, but it's sorry, you lost a pawn here. So you lose two knights for a queen and then trade pawns. But you also make the king very bare. Like if he takes back the knight at the end of that sequence, his king is just alone on d7, can't castle. It's a tragic situation. So after at d7, he'd probably have to go king takes, and then you go knight check, maybe existing knight check, or maybe this knight check. This is really tragic. I mean, if he goes here, then you could even pick up this pawn. If he's trading up, you just put another knight on c4. This is just really game over. Knight here, king here, queen here. So that was something missed by white. A little bit of an opportunity missed. White going for h3. I mean, I'm not quite sure what the plan is. There's no real threat. Takes, knight here, check, king here. Knight can't even withdraw because the exit squares are blocked, are protected. So, but okay, he goes for the queen. And okay. So yeah, here was quite dangerous because if pawn takes knight, knight takes pawn, king couldn't go here, it was checkmated. King couldn't go here because you have queen here check, king takes knight. Bishop here check. King here, and where's the finish? Knight here, checkmate. Yeah. So good move not taking that knight. Having said that, why was there any finish here? Yeah, I can't see it. So rook g1 made a lot of sense. Takes, takes, and again, the king can't take this knight because queen at g5 was checkmate. So he does this. That was a key move to defend queen at d7 check, pushing the king out. And now what is the king going to do? I mean, this is a threat. A double check, then picking up the rook, this sort of thing. Really very hard for him to do anything. Throws in a check, attacks the queen. Okay, so we're now going to see something happen. Okay, in fact we have a nice check picking up the knight. Unless he sees something stronger. If he had a rook, he could just drop a rook here, check, rook takes, and queen here, mate. So he doesn't have a rook. does he have? He just goes for just taking the material. Makes sense. There's no reason to take any risks in this position. Go knight here, knight at here. Seems sensible. Take and knight at b7 seems good enough. Knight at b7 is dead man suggesting. Okay, well let's try and calculate a mate. I want knight here check. Okay, he goes for this check. What's the finish? Knight here check. Takes. Knight here check. Takes. King here. Just bishop takes rook, I guess. Bishop takes rook first. Slightly less strong, but okay. Should be good enough. Yeah, what is the finish here? I think bishop takes pawn, threatening queen at d8. Looks good. Oh yeah, and this looks even better. Okay. The idea is queen here, check, king takes, queen takes, pawn check, king here. Okay, he does it another way. So queen here, check, king here, queen takes pawn, and this is all over, and a rook on g8. Okay, much quicker. Rook at g7. Okay. Yeah. So congrats, 1-1. Good games from PKL 5025 and Lanok. We could just take a quick look at the analysis board. So in game 1, let's just request an analysis. Just replaying it in case anyone's just joining us. So we saw this pressure here and c4. And the move I was expecting is actually not in the database. Wow. So maybe it's just not any good. I was thinking of this. Apparently it's not any good. And I was calculating a line which isn't the strongest line, which is this, knight takes pawn. And again, this is not even the strongest move, bishop at c3. Why isn't this a strong move? Because apparently bishop b5 check. I'd maybe just say bishop d7 and castles out the way. And then knight takes d2. Well, anyway, apparently this is not even the best way of playing this. Because why is this not good? I mean, one here looks good, but apparently the bishop could just back off. So that would be stronger. Okay, but going for at e3 is interesting. What was the strongest move here? Taking the bishop, maybe. Taking the bishop. And if queen takes, that's the problem. So if knight takes, then we could do at e3, and that does look quite nice. Although even then there are other ideas like knight c3, maybe at b2. So actually white's best move would be to take the knight, and then we take this knight, and the queen takes the knight, and I don't know. This is interesting. Okay, so instead we had at e3, takes, seemed reasonable to take that knight, although queen takes was the best. As PKR said in the game, g takes does, I mean, it opens up the rook file, but just creates an extra weakness, I feel. Takes here. Bishop here. Didn't seem like such a bad move. e5. I was expecting at f2 here, but at e5 is probably even better move. knight c6. And here I was actually thinking of bishop at h5, and Stockfish is horrified, completely horrified. And now I see why, because bishop at h5 falls to a knight check. So bishop at h5 is actually a terrible move. So gosh, we're always learning new things. So at f6 came. So what was a good defense for black here? Knight c6 is a good move. Pawn here, just take it. And what I was expecting is just that he was going to take it on. But this is definitely sharp. Queen e2. At f2 seems to be the natural move here. King to d1. And then do a queen trade. Bishop takes and say, well, is this equal or not? Apparently not, because queen at g1. If we put our own queen on f1, there's knight at e3 picking up that queen for free. So Lalot actually was quite smart in realizing that taking on f6 was not a good idea, and he played a very creative move, which is knight at f5. It looked like a free piece, but it wasn't quite a free piece. And this queen didn't quite know where to go to. Queen d7 apparently was good, but runs into the same kind of idea. Hard to say. h5, Stockfish likes knight a4. Ideas we saw later in the game, knight a4. Queen backed off, lost a bit of time. Threw in a check. Yeah, here I really liked king to d2 because it leaves the bishop open after the knight takes d7. But king to e2, and I think someone was suggesting in chat queen takes bishop here. I think it was Deadman. Maybe queen takes bishop. I hadn't seen that move myself because I thought knight takes b7, king takes, and then take back, and then what would black do? And actually he could go bishop here, check. Yeah, I mean, this is not the best move, but this is an interesting move. Pawn here, and then bishop takes knight, and apparently it's not the best way of playing this at all. This knight apparently it's not causing any trouble. And the best way of playing it is just going straight in with an attack. Okay, so that's quite surprising. Take away the opening explorer. So black's doing okay until this move. Surprisingly, which seemed like a perfectly decent move to me. But knight takes pawn, king e8, knight here, and here just at b7 seemed fine. But even pawn at a6 is annoying, but why can't we just take it? Maybe you can just grab a pawn, and it's... Again, the best move is just getting that bishop diagonal open. But yeah, this is just hanging everything. It's hanging the queen, it's then... yeah, a smart move here actually would have been bishop takes pawn for another pawn on b7. But this is also strong. Queen takes b5 was very safe. Queen takes a8 was also an idea. Going for a mate, but maybe the mate wasn't there yet. But if bishop takes e6 first, then at b7 probably is mating now. So we defend with the knight, and what do we do here? We get a knight here, and then we just draw the king in, because if the king runs, then a knight here will be checkmate. So we draw the king in because we want to pick up another pawn for this square. The idea being that if you go here, we have this queen here, king here, and the knight checkmating. And if we take this bishop, Well, we have the pawn in hand to deliver the checkmate, I think. Pawn b7, you try and run, queen c8, king here, knight at f5. So yeah, bishop takes e6 was a strong move, which was missed, but white is just very safe, just took all the material. And knight d6 was a nice find. This is a bit slow, but it's effective because this knight can't ever move, as we saw in the game. And then we saw this very nice idea, the threat, which if you do nothing, it was actually queen takes rook, knight takes, and using that rook for a back rank mate. That's why this pawn on f6 was critical. Yeah. So Pepper says, didn't follow the game live. Yeah. So I don't know, what's the takeaway here? I guess queen takes bishop was important. Let's look at the chat. Queen takes bishop. I was down to a minute here. I need better time management. IMC Jeb says, I said queen takes g4, but it was only later that I thought of it. Chess is the best game, so knight f5 mate is the main idea in your alternate variation. I wouldn't say it's the main idea, because even if you didn't have knight f5, you've just won so much material that the point is you sacked your piece for a pawn, and you're getting another pawn here, and you're getting another queen on the back rank. So you're getting a rook for your piece, and you're getting a queen on the back rank. So that was the point of that variation. Get another pawn for b7. Goodness, that was the. So this is interesting. I mean, it's a case that white played moves that. So here the move I was thinking was knight h5, but again I'm just completely missing stuff because there's this, and bishop at h6 is annoying apparently. This isn't clear by any means. Bishop at h6, castles, knight at f5. I can see knight at f5. Knight at f5 makes a lot of sense. Because you're hitting e3 and you're potentially hitting g3. So if here, knight takes knight, he can't take with the pawn because the queen takes rook, and that looks awkward. His knight is also hanging, so he goes knight takes knight. Still, it's not clear. Why is black doing nicely here? Not completely clear. So it's kind of annoying, this, but we don't have any pawn for f4 or anything, so it's not clear why we're doing so nicely. Pawn for, yeah. Apparently we can go pawn f4. He just takes it and pawn e3. So that is an idea in the position, but it's not necessarily the best idea. No, it's not clear why. Yeah, so knight h4 would have been a very natural move, and the idea is simply that if you did a move like this, you're just going to take it and put a pawn here. That's the idea. Or a knight, indeed. Knight here is also strong. Knight f6 here. Knight takes d5. Yeah, that's also good. So knight h5 would have been my thinking here, but at f6 is definitely sharp and very creative, especially the way it was played. Putting the queen on the right square, that's just the really tricky thing. So queen here would have been the right move, bishop here, and then maybe here at e6. That way we avoid all our problems. So queen here was a mistake. Just giving yourself a square where you can block on that diagonal. I think that would have been the way to play it for black. Very, very secure way of playing it. And just black withdraws. You know, there's still some weaknesses there which we can exploit in future, like knight at a4. In fact, knight at a4 is the computer move. Cool. Okay, so that was game one. Talking too much, but in game two was a good comeback from PKR. It had a good center. Well, it's just a hanging piece. I think what I said in this, I didn't like this move so much. There's a strong idea here at d7. Just completely crushing. If queen takes, then we have knight here. And we're just winning everything. And if king takes, what I was suggesting in the game was this one. That is, yeah, it's a toss-up between the two. Knight f to e5, and the point is if you run up, then you have well, you have better than what I said. You have bishop c5, check, king to d5, and new knight on c3, checkmate. So you can't run up, he has to run back, and then you're just taking this pawn. I mean, everything is falling apart. You're attacking his queen, you're threatening stuff like pawn drop, knight back, and another pawn drop. Actually, we don't have two pawns, but anyway. Drop a bishop check, king takes bishop, knight here, this sort of idea. If he drops back, yeah, this sort of thing. Get in on these squares. We've even got this one, check. Anyway, and there is going to be some mate here. I was thinking just take here and get queen. Very safe. So yeah, at d7, opportunity missed, but it was taken the next move. Basically, it wasn't defended. And so we get a similar kind of position. King e7, good move from black, rook g1. He then takes again. Yep, but it's very hard now. There's no real defense. Now that I missed. Knight at c8. Now that was sweet. That was sweet. Move 22. Knight at c8. That's something we missed. I was thinking knight at like here maybe. Rook takes, knight takes, king here, and bishop takes rook. Very prosaic. Yeah. Move 22. That's the one we missed. But yeah, and then just take everything works. And yeah, a very nice mate, nicer mate than what I found actually in the end, with mate in 3. 1, 2, 3, 4 actually. Yeah, nice mate in 4. Knight in c8 was very sweet. But did not spot that in the game. That's very nice. I wonder at what point was knight at c8 working? We need the knight. Okay, so we take the knight and then it's working. Yeah, very nice. Okay, cool. So game 2 was just an easy win. Game 1 was actually quite an interesting game. Okay, so thanks everyone for watching. Is there any interest in doing puzzles? So we hit 2390 something puzzle rating and then fell back down again. What a kill dommage. 2393. So maybe we'll just get to 2400 by the end of the stream and then call it a night. If we can. Except these are quite tough, and we don't have pieces in hand. I'm just looking in the side. Where are my pieces in hand? Feels weird not having pieces in hand. Yeah, knight takes b3 I thought about. The other move I was thinking about is chasing this queen around a bit. Can't go here because the knight covers. PKR says, I'm going to turn in for the night. I'm still battling a cold. That's why I rescheduled with Lanok last week. Yep, so night PKR. Congratulations on 1-1. It means, I should actually just have said, that means Loch Ness monsters can't lose, but if the bad fish wins 2-love against Chub or Chub, then the pawn pulverizers are still in with a shot at drawing the match this week. So it's all on the bad fish to show up and score 2-love for his team. So I hope he realizes that. Just seeing if he's online now. The bad fish. He's online now. So is Chabo Chab online? No. Okay. So anyway, teammates of the bad fish, make sure he plays his match. Yeah, so knight takes b3 I did consider. I like the fact that if there's any like knight move, you can then take the bishop afterwards. That is quite nice. And then once we take the bishop, also this knight becomes weak. So there are many reasons for liking it. My one question is why not this first? Because queen here maybe. And then if knight takes b3, he can just take back. So I feel knight takes b3 is good. Yeah, that's a tough one. We've got +7. Okay, now my first thought is rook takes rook. We want to cover back rank. We need to take the queen then, and then we can cover our back rank. So I feel like +2. So making slow progress. We're not losing yet. Queen takes rook doesn't work. That knight is just defending the kings. How annoying. Maybe, knight here or knight here, and then come in. So the question is which. Has the bad fish not defaulted already? Says Squiggly Doodler. And yeah, so bad fish was probably the no-show in that matchup. So unless Chabo Chab agrees to play, it will indeed just be a forfeit. But of course it'd be nice if they do get a chance to play. And Squiggly Doodler is saying knight to d8, by which I think he means knight to d1. I like the idea of getting in here, because then when the king goes here, we leave that space for the check. So knight to d8, we just takes. No, it's not that we take it, but okay, I'm not. Knight to d1, I just feel there must be some refutation. So rook takes, queen here. Is there a nice refutation? So my hunch here is knight. Where did I say? Knight here. No, that's not right actually. Yeah, maybe you're right, because if pawn takes, the rook is suddenly defending. Wow. So if knight here, pawn takes, we actually have nothing because the rook's defending. That is a shock. So maybe you're right. Knight to d1. And Squiggly Doodler says, I'm Lanark. Cool. And IMC Jeb says, nice match, I'm Easterchess. So all the alts are coming out. Queen first says, I am nobody really. Oof, yeah, this is... Queen first or else c4. Yeah, so if knight d1 first, c4, queen here, check, king here, queen here, hitting the rook. Don't see a defense. Rook here, queen here, check. I mean, it just seems completely finished. Just white's mating threat. So, I mean, if white had... The problem if queen first... Yeah, the knight there does stop the queen coming back, I guess. So if knight here first, actually the real issue is queen back to c4. That's the real problem. Then we're busted. We've got nothing. Yeah, so that's why queen first. So we can just take it. So I just want to show, yeah, this is a bit tricky. If knight here, no, it's not queen c4. So queen c4 fails to knight c3 check, king here, and queen takes rook. So I was just completely wrong. But apparently white did have some cool ideas with queen takes rook, king takes, and rook takes knight, queen c3, king c1, just going for a runner. That was one idea. And the other idea is, yeah, rook b8, king h8, rook takes c1. I think it's the same idea. Queen c3, king c1, just going for a runner with his king. So that was... Why? Yeah, I'm just... Wow. Like, why not... Why go queen takes g8? Why not just go rook takes knight straight away? Oops. And then go for a runner with the king. Because then queen e3. Okay, so it was a draw by repetition like this. Queen takes rook was just irrelevant. Yes, rook to knight d1, just take it. Okay, nice. So queen c3 first, and it's just very difficult to defend. You know, just this, just king takes, and the king then hides on h7. Okay, cool. Only +3, but that's good. So immediately what I feel about this is queen takes pawn check, and then rook f8 has to be an idea. The idea being that if the queen ever moves, we've got rook takes rook checkmate. So he has to give up his queen for 2 pieces. And our king isn't getting mated, and we've got a queen on the board, so we're doing quite nicely. So wait. I got to think. I just realized I'm being too hasty. Because after queen takes pawn, he actually has queen here. And then we don't, oh, yeah, we don't have the things we hope for. So maybe rook here first. And there's no way of moving the queen to defend e3. And then queen takes pawn. That feels right. No. I misunderstood everything. I missed this. No? I was thinking bishop take. Okay, I've got to work out what's going on here. I was thinking, oh, just let me take the bishop. Okay, I'm just really confused now. What I thought I saw was takes. Yeah, of course, the queen here just doesn't work because of this. This is it so tragic. Because queen takes e3 was my original intention. And I was thinking queen takes e3, king here, rook here. And this is just completely fine because the queen is not going to get skewered. Yeah, so sorry, I got that wrong. Because I saw queen here and I thought, I don't have anything then. I didn't see queen takes bishop. Okay, so it's going to be the long slog back up again. Okay, this looks like a desperado. Just sack our queen for a rook and then win the queen. Seems straightforward enough. +3. Okay, taking the queen feels good. How could anything be better than taking the queen? We'll still have knight, bishop, rook against knight, rook, rook, so it still feels like we're losing. But his rook will be under attack and his knight will be under attack. So one of those is falling. Here we could take and attack the knight, attack the rook, and again something's falling. Hang on, rook, take, attack the rook. Rook could still come here though, and he's got rook and knight against. Oh, but at the end of the line we've got bishop takes knight, rook takes, and knight here check, picking up the rook. That's sweet. So he backs off and we win the knight. So we're going to have 2 pieces against that rook. So we should be doing quite nicely. Only +1. Okay, the knight on f3 is hanging. Bishop takes f3 looks interesting. Queen takes f3 is potentially mating though. He does have queen here, check, bishop here. So why is bishop takes f3 bad? Because of queen here, check, bishop here, and queen. No, he doesn't have queen takes rook. Oof. What am I saying? So I think it's queen takes f3 because after takes, the bishop can't come back to guard d1. Whereas if I just go queen take, if I just go bishop takes f3, I think the bishop might just be able to come back and guard. And I can't sort of takes, and everything's protected. So that's my reasoning for why I think queen takes f3 is more forcing. Having said that, so with the bishop there, is there a defense for rook here check and a rook here checkmate? Maybe there is. I don't see it though. This looks forcing. And I'm wrong. So why is this wrong? Okay, what the solution is bishop takes knight, rook here check, and takes the rook, and but okay, so what I didn't get is why not just bishop b2? Queen here check I missed. Okay. Just have fun. Okay. Whoa, okay. I think you can forgive me for missing all that. Wow. Yeah, I just saw bishop e2 here, and basically you need to see queen b1, bishop f1, takes, rook here, takes, bishop here, and takes the rook. Okay. So that's why I thought bishop takes knight wasn't working. So why isn't queen takes working? there's obviously some kind of defense. King h2, rook here, bishop here. Just simply create luft for the king. How annoying. How very annoying. Okay, so in the original position it's bishop takes, and if rook here check, just take the rook and defend, and at the end of it all, material, you're an exchange up and you've got mating ideas. But yeah, you're an exchange up is the point. Okay, that was tough, and we fall below 2350. Unforgivable, says Iron Nobody, really. Okay, so my immediate thought is Queen h5 check. The idea being is if you don't block, then it doesn't work. I was thinking here, but it's covered. And if you did block, there's obviously queen takes pawn check, king here and rook here would be mating. So the problem with queen here immediately is you can just go here, and then it's not really obvious. So then I'm thinking maybe just simply this and pick up a rook. Kind of cheesy, but what is wrong with that? Feels just nice and easy. Pick up an exchange. +4. Okay. So it looks like a back rank issue. Here, check. If he takes back, he has no blockers. Is that it? I see no defense. There is no defense. Simply mating 2. +2. This looks like a hanging rook. Just take it. What could possibly go wrong? Okay, let me just hold my mouse a second. Is there any other intermediate move I need to do? Any other threat on my position? Like taking this knight first and then doing queen takes rook, this sort of idea. So material is equal. If I took the rook immediately, is there some kind of intermezzo move that he can do which gives me a lot of trouble? That's what I'm trying to figure. Like, can't see anything. The problem with going rook takes knight, by the way, is he would simply go rook takes bishop. And when I take back the rook, then he takes back the rook. So that's why that doesn't work. Just simply takes. It's good. Strong. Here it's very tempting just to take and then go for checkmate. But why take and why not push? That's something worth considering. Okay, so if we push, we have the same threat of queen there check, king there, and queen there checkmate. Take seems correct, but why? What move does he have to stop? Suppose we did push and he just moves here. Not so easy, actually. It's not so easy to how to protect this mate. Queen here, king here, queen here, checkmate. Maybe. So even moving this rook out of the way doesn't protect you. Queen here, queen here. It's a really dire position black is in. So I can't see why just pawn here doesn't work exactly the same. But obviously it doesn't. So that's why I'm scratching my head. Pawn takes pawn. I mean, if black is completely desperate, he might have stuff like this, takes bishop here. But this does seem so desperate. Hang on a second, that might actually be something. So if you just did this, queen takes pawn, king takes queen, bishop here, check. You could take this pawn and check and come back. But if you took here, then queen takes pawn, king takes, bishop here, check. I may be talking complete nonsense. This pawn would block our ways. I'd have to come back here. Bishop here, check. And the king would have to come to this place, and bishop here, check. And that would be really interesting. So I feel like this is actually important. But let me just check again. Queen takes pawn, check, king takes. Bishop here, check. The idea is king takes this pawn. If bishop here check, we can then just take this bishop. No, we can't. Then bishop here check picks up our queen. Not clear, not clear. But pawn here, queen takes pawn check, king takes. Bishop here check, king takes. Bishop here check. I mean, we could even just go here, but then we... And anyway, even if we did go pawn takes pawn, queen takes pawn, why couldn't we just back off? Can't, because then... Yeah, why can't we? So, pawn takes pawn, queen takes pawn, just back off. And then the problem is rook here is not fast enough. This is just coming in so fast. Checkmate. So Squiggly Doodler says if d4, he actually has queen takes pawn, king takes, and pawn takes pawn. Oh wow, and he wins my queen. Oh my goodness. Well, this is quite scary, because if pawn takes pawn here, he's got queen takes pawn, king takes, bishop here, and I'm forced onto this file, which looks terrible. Oh, we can block with this bishop. No, we can't. The bishop is our mating piece. Oh, but he's just sacked his queen, I guess. Okay, fine. And what's really tough here is why can't we just back off like this? Why can't we just take it? I mean, really? Whoa! E4. Okay, that's something. And black is somehow winning this. Oof. Wow. Yeah, this is really nasty. Pawn takes pawn, winning my queen. Ouch. So that was a real hard one. Plus 18. Hi there, Isa Volpes. Wow, are these puzzles not Crazyhouse puzzles? No, these are standard puzzles. We do sometimes do Crazyhouse puzzles. If you check out my YouTube, loads of Crazyhouse. There's a whole playlist of Crazyhouse puzzles. But we're training normal standard chess puzzles. But we've just been doing earlier this stream some Crazyhouse commentary, so that's why it's puzzles and Crazyhouse. So I think it's good to see what's the idea of a puzzle. And I think the idea of this puzzle is going to be this bishop here And we don't want to go bishop takes bishop first, because otherwise knight takes will then stop our idea. So probably bishop here straight away. Point is, if he ever takes, just take back. And the idea is to somehow win this bishop, but it doesn't seem to work because of queen here, so that's why I'm hesitating. But then we still got knight here or something, and if takes, takes, and eventually win this bishop. So I feel like bishop here immediately is going to just work. And material is equal, so it looks solid. Yeah, why did I not think of that move? Yeah, I was thinking of queen back and it doesn't work. Queen here does hold on. So how do we... I was thinking here, queen takes pawn, knight here. That would do it. We just need to deflect away that queen. Okay, that will do it. Here. And we take the queen, finally. So that's +6. And Isa Volpes says 2372. Good job. Bishop e6 is a move to consider, indeed. My peak actually at puzzles is 2410 or so, and then which I made at the beginning of last year, and then I did not see again for a very long time. It's just kind of usually in the 2200 to 2300 region. So this king is sandwiched between two rook files. So the thing I wonder here is, how can I just need to get a check on g1. I just want any check on g1, or I need to pick up material. But check on g1 seems to be the way to go. In the meantime, I've got to be slightly worried about queen h5, checkmate, ouch. I mean, it's always good to check checks, so just check this, check. It doesn't work, but... and then the other thing, maybe we have got some free material. Queen here, just back off. And if he ever takes back, we just take it again. That feels actually just nice and easy. Rook takes g1, I assume. Free stuff, always good. Rook takes rook looks safe. Yeah, I just noticed it myself. Rook takes rook actually gives us cover on the g file. We just go queen takes. And can't see any counterplay. Queen h5, king here, rook takes rook, check, queen takes rook. Yeah, it's all over. My first reaction is try and make that white king, but no, it's just free material. Okay, so we're in check. So a tempo move is good, especially if we could trap that queen. That would also be good. So my first reaction is g3, just to check the forcing moves first. And this would be a square available to the queen. This would be a square available to the queen. That's kind of about it. And there's no counterattack on our queen. Stuff like there's no like bishop takes knight, we just take the queen. So g3 is definitely a move to consider, but we need a good follow-up against either queen f5 or queen e4. And I don't see one. But it's just got to be this, because we need to do something with tempo. So this looks good. Queen here, and then... yeah, so one of these two. Okay, I have an idea. What we then do is we throw in a check. No, it doesn't quite work. Maybe this check. So we've got choices. This is a problem. Having choices is a problem. Well, anyway, it's just one idea. Obviously, if he were to back off, then he's in real trouble, because knight here check, king here, knight takes bishop check, and so on. Okay, so the problem is that all these ideas of queen here check can just be blocked by f6. So I'm thinking along these lines. G3, queen here, check, F6. Somehow that doesn't really do anything. But what it does do is it covers. Okay, so actually queen here is better because we control the bishop. Okay, so let's try again. Pawn here, queen here, check. Can't block with the queen. F6, and then rook here. The point is the bishop's controlled, this square is controlled, the file is controlled. So the one square that isn't controlled is F5. But then we can go rook F3. And rook takes here is potentially possible. So that seems to be the concept of the position. G3 and then one of queen C3 or queen B2 next. Look like there's a fork after the queen check. Hopefully it's not just G3 and then rook takes D6. Yeah, I'm going for a G3 first to get some nice tempo. And now I'm pretty sure I want this check. So why not just rook takes D6? I feel that's giving him a lot of counterplay. But you make a good point that we could go queen there check, F6, and then rook takes D6. That's not so bad. Yeah, this is interesting. But yeah, rook takes D6 has the same kind of ideas. I really want to trap this queen though. So I'm going to go queen here check, F6, rook here check. Oh, I'm not going to ever trap the queen because the queen can run all the way back to H7. So my ideas of trapping the queen are ill-founded. Unless I can do something along this diagonal. So rook takes D6 isn't so bad actually, because I might have ideas like bishop here after it. So I am actually thinking about rook takes D6. And I am nobody really says, no, it's G3 check and rook E3 to E7 check after queen E4, rook E6 to E7. D7 drops is what he's saying. What's wrong with queen B2? Yeah, queen B2 doesn't work because of C4. Yeah, so queen here definitely is good. What I'm wondering is why not rook takes D6 immediately? And now that I look more closely, also if I go check F6, here you might even have a move like this, which makes me uncomfortable. So why not rook takes D6 immediately? That's what's slightly bothering me. Rook takes D6, he just goes bishop takes knight. That's annoying. Rook takes D6, bishop takes knight, and I lose control of the F6 square. So I don't want that. I like queen C3, but just F6 is concerning. Yeah, so chess is the best game noticed as well. Rook takes D6, bishop takes G4. And yeah, rook e3 is raised by, as an idea, by I am nobody really, which is also what I was thinking. The rook e3 straight away, you can go here. So that's why I want, yeah, and that's where he says queen here, check, here, rook here. Oh, okay, I see it now. It's all forcing, all completely forcing. Easy. Plus 11. And if he'd done this move to begin with, then rook takes d6. Then he's no longer got bishop takes g4 at the end of the line, so we can take on d6 first. So then the move order wouldn't really matter. We could take on d6 first, or we could do this check first, f6, and then rook takes d6. And we have a double attack on the bishop and on this pawn. There's no bishop takes g4, chopping off that knight. And that's just very hard to defend both. Yeah, nothing. Cool. Nice one, guys. Okay. And so we're back in the 2390s. So we can do this. What immediately pops out at me is this and take the bishop. Seems like a good strategy. Looks like a +1 puzzle. Is there anything else? Rook here. Is there any counterplay he has? Just seems like the only move. Ah, we don't have rook takes bishop. He has a way of defending the darn bishop, which I hadn't spotted. Interesting. So rook takes bishop, queen takes rook. Seems to not produce anything. There's also knight here, which is kind of curious, followed by rook here. No, it doesn't work because knight here. That's nothing. Chess is the best game goes knight b1. Knight b1. So our rook is defended. Just kick. Yeah. Just kick that queen away from defending the bishop. Yeah, simple. I was trying to find all these ways. We need to keep our rook here to attack the bishop. We need to somehow kick the queen. Knight b1. And now we can kick it. Yeah, nice. +2 puzzle. Not so easy though. I'd have been thinking on that for a lot longer. Okay, curious position where I feel like we've got very interesting ideas if we can open up. And we can't go via f6, so this just seems to be almost automatic, were it not for this issue being maybe a slight concern. So we could try and do this first, but then the queen comes back, and then we do this. But then he could just simply take it, and we don't have... Oh, we do have rook takes rook at the end. Well, that's nice. So we do have rook takes rook, but maybe we don't have bishop takes bishop. Bishop takes bishop, rook takes bishop, rook takes, rook takes. We don't get through. Huh. So bishop there is nice, but how to follow up? So if we go here directly, I'm slightly concerned with this, but maybe we just hide. Is there any way of... maybe there's no way of... Yeah. So the problem with knight here is you can just go back. But he seems to be in a pickle, whatever he does. But maybe his plan would be to go here and then just get this out of the way, and then he'd be okay. In the meantime, Squiggly Doodler is saying knight takes d5. So Lanok. Bam. And you can't take back. Knight takes d5. Queen goes back. bishop here. I mean, if we take the... not sure about knight takes d5. If knight takes d5, queen goes back. We can't just win the piece. The file's not open. Knight takes d5, queen goes back, bishop here. You can just take the knight, and then we take, and everything. So I'm still thinking this is the move, but bishop here. Because if we do this, we do this. Okay, so actually I should check the material count. Material count is level, so this does win in exchange. Maybe we shouldn't be. We should care about losing this pawn. Bishop there, queen takes pawn, king here, bishop takes bishop, rook takes rook, and defend, something like this. Maybe his bishop would be stronger than our knight. Okay, so maybe look at this again. Here, here, then bishop here. Now what I'd think about that is he could just take the knight, say, okay, I'll take your knight, and we can't really take the bishop because it's defended 1, 2, 3 times and it's attacked only 3 times. So knight takes pawn, pawn takes... Queen here, bishop c7 has been spotted in the chat. Queen here. Then we have our 3 pieces hitting on this bishop. Wow. That's a big one, guys. That's not easy. Knight takes d5, queen here, bishop here. Yeah. This position is falling apart. Knight takes bishop check. And yeah, we're winning this pawn. So the way I was thinking it originally, bishop here. But losing a pawn for an exchange, it's got to be it. It's giving away the queen. +4, only +4. Tough. So yeah, I was thinking this originally. Queen takes pawn, king h1, queen here. Yeah, we're not even winning the exchange. That's really tough. Okay, so we're in a major piece endgame, 2 pawns down. And I'm very tempted by rook here, check. And if he steps up, queen takes pawn. And if rook here, check, takes, we pick up the rook. Just got to be it, doesn't it? It's a nice and easy one. Okay, so this one, check. If he steps here, we're celebrating checkmate. If he ever steps back, we check and we could pick up a rook maybe. And material is level, so we're definitely in exchange up. And if rook here and he steps up, then maybe this is an idea. Takes, and then the other rook comes here. Yeah, that's an idea because this rank is blocked. So that's a tough one. Oh, man. Knight takes pawn first. That is annoying. Rook here check, king takes. Still not so obvious. Wow, -30. That's a burn. That's so easy though. Oh my goodness. So what is wrong? King g8, rook h8 check, king f7. Oh, the rook's defended. After all that, the rook's defended. Just didn't see that. Ouch. And that's what Chess is the Best Game said. The rook is defended. Eek. Okay, so you get a longer stream, guys. Okay, so this feels like an instant check, takes bishop. What can he do? Seems to be straightforward enough. Material is level. Not really any defense. Nice. If we took the bishop first, the queen would take back, and the bishop would not be loose. This again seems to be straightforward. Material is level, but we can just do this and pick up the rook. And so this one, just queen takes h7 seems to be mate. If we delay, knight f8 is coming in, so we've got to do it quickly. This one, the target, yeah, 2400, why not? I have got there before, but it's quite tough. In fact, I was playing these puzzles online on the Lichess app because I was underground, and I came out from the underground and it said 2370, and my last puzzle was -30 because I'd got to 2400 offline, but the last puzzle I'd solved had got wrong and lost 30 points. So that was just earlier this week. It's like on Sunday or something. So we're trying to get back to 2400 online. So again, material is level. We have a piece under attack. It'd be great if we could get some discovered check, picking up the queen. Let's have a little think. Is there anything? That doesn't seem likely. Okay. So the next thing I'm looking for is there some like move like this, almost trapping the queen? That looks really nice. Because the queen goes here, we've got this check. So this move is looking very tempting. It cuts off a lot of squares. In fact, this is not available, that's not available. This would be available. So this is in fact the only square for the queen. But then we have knight here, check, and pick up the queen. Isn't that nice? b4 wins queen, indeed. So it's +2. So material is level, we're up a pawn in fact. And what's weak in this position? Maybe the knight's weak. Maybe the back rank is weak. Our bishop is a bit of a disgrace. Maybe that queen is a little bit. That queen, look at that queen. Just go knight here. Where does the queen go? Amazing. That's for knight dominating a queen. Let's just sack on here. Nice +1. And well done. Chess is the best game. He's also saw the knight a4 wins queen. Saw it faster than me because it's already in the Twitch chat. There's obviously a stream delay. Yeah, it wins a queen slash forces something. Now here, this file looks interesting because this is the only kind of slightly weak piece. Oh, if we could go this, that would be nice. It's defended by the rook and the knight. Is there any reason why we can't do this? If we push, he can't take. And the threat is takes queen takes check and queen takes knight, that kind of thing. So if you just do this, knight, get out knight out of the way, then we just got push again. If we do this and he does this, then we hit the queen, we hit the bishop, and then it's hitting the rook next as well. It's got to be this. Queen takes bishop, and the point is where the rook file is opening up. That's the idea. Then we hit the queen. Okay, I should just slow down a little bit. I think we go here because our knight is under attack and our queen is under attack. And if we go to d6, it's a way of protecting both. If we just ran away, we'd lose our knight. If we go here, he can't take our knight or we lose the queen. So it's a way of protecting our knight. It's a nice +3. Okay, this just looks like it falls immediately to this. But does it? And looking at material, it's kind of level. Seems to be just picking up a rook. I mean, does he have any tactic? Not really. It's just a +2. So this and this is what immediately springs to mind. But something worth checking is, do we want to eliminate this knight first, for example, before we do all this stuff? So if we just did this immediately, is there some... Yeah, there's this problem. Queen takes knight, king here, queen here, checkmate. Okay. Okay, we have to know our enemy. Queen takes knight is not a nice thing to have to deal with. Maybe knight here first, and then we're safe. Knight here first. Okay, knight here first, essential. How else do we defend this? Bishop doesn't work. Oh, we've also got g6. Choices. We could go g6 or knight. So b6. b6 or knight c6. So actually a few too many choices here. But if b6, I'm imagining knight takes, pawn takes, bishop takes, it just doesn't feel nice. I mean, our king would just be too open, the rook would be coming in. I think this is correct. And now I want to do this. But again, I'm thinking, should I chop off this knight first? So if I chopped off this knight first, no, because then he gets a counterattack on my knight. That doesn't feel right. So I feel push. And takes. We got it, +12. This feels like a simple fork. Don't see anything lurking in the position. Simple fork, +2. And just one. Don't see, everything seems fairly well defended. The one thing that I notice is this file. Rook here, pawn takes, queen takes, bishop check, and we're threatening the rook, so king here, bishop takes pawn check, king here, queen here check, king here. This sort of idea makes me a little nervous. Okay, so just check it again. Rook here, if he just moves the queen, we're just winning the bishop. And then we are up a piece. He could do this though. But then we can go queen takes bishop, I guess. No, still, I mean, rook takes bishop still feels right. Rook takes pawn. Rook takes bit. Okay, let's just check this line again. Rook here, queen here. Rook takes bishop, queen takes bishop. Rook takes pawn. If the king goes here, he's really finished because the other rook comes in. So the king will come here, and then this queen is kind of silly here, but just can't be good. The move to be concerned about is pawn takes. Queen takes bishop, king here, queen takes pawn check, king back, queen here again, king back, maybe bishop takes pawn, king here, queen here check, king here, not seeing the finish, queen here check, king here, bishop here check, okay, bishop here check sounds good, king here, why am I not seeing the finish? Okay, so rook here, pawn takes, queen takes, king here, bishop takes pawn check, king here, no, so queen takes pawn check first, king goes back, queen goes here check, king goes here, bishop takes pawn check, king goes here. Could go queen there check if we wanted to, just this doesn't feel right. Bishop here check, no. What's the finish? Darn it. Squiggly Doodler says queen takes g6 in that line first. Yeah, that was my plan. Pawn takes, queen takes bishop, king here, queen takes g6, king here. I mean, we could just go bishop takes pawn and threaten mate on e7. It doesn't work though. I mean, it's not good enough. It ain't good enough. We can do a lot better. Maybe queen here check. Okay, hang on. I'm getting it. I'm getting it. Rook here, pawn takes, queen takes bishop, king takes pawn, king here. Queen here, king here. Bishop takes pawn. Okay, we're getting there. King here, queen here, king here, queen here, queen here. Queen here check. And if he goes here, we've got queen there check, king there, and bishop there is basically mating. So, after queen here check, checking the king here, he's got to go here. And then we go queen g5 check, queen g5 check, king here, queen here check. So now the queen is here and the king is here. He can't ever go here because the queen there checkmate. Okay, so he has to go here. Then why can't I see mate? Queen here check, king here. I'm sure it's right, I just can't see the follow-up, which is infuriating. And the reason why it makes me wonder whether this is the move. Because if I'm not finding the follow-up, maybe there isn't a follow-up. So the point of that is that we're winning a free bishop. if he just does nothing. In fact, he does have a way of defending the bishop like this. And you kind of just wish that there was something very decisive. I can't believe there isn't. But here, queen takes here, and then rook takes pawn. I mean, this feels really deadly as well. Queen takes pawn, king here, rook takes pawn. But the problem is, actually, after bishop here, is he's just got queen here. And I'm not quite seeing a killer blow. So rook here does feel more powerful. Rook here takes. Queen takes. He can't go here because he loses his rook, so he goes here. He takes pawn seems to make sense. King here is forced. Bishop takes pawn makes a certain sense, but then the queen can come back and defend. So maybe queen here first, then king here, then bishop takes pawn is what I was considering. King goes here. So I am nobody really says h8 is hanging at the end of your line, not defended by the other rook. So queen f5, yeah, I saw that. Queen f5 to g5 to f6 takes h8. We have mate on f7. Bishop e6, king g7 is nothing. Yeah. Well, I'm gonna put it on the board. It's so ridiculous. After all that. And it's just a +1. So the line we were trying to figure was this, 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 queen f6, king here because we want to keep hold of this, bishop takes e6 check, king here, and I can't see mate in 4. That's my problem. Queen f5 check, and I was thinking just king h6. So king h6, I saw this, yeah, that I saw. What I didn't see is why not king here, queen g5 check, king here, queen here check, king here, and by this time I'd forgotten. Wow, how had I forgotten? I'd forgotten both the rook and I didn't see queen f8 mate. Wow, that's awful. Yeah, okay. So you got a +1. So I noticed Lichess always leaves you on the brink. It doesn't like to let you to cross with a big jump. It makes you work for every last point before you get to the round numbers. I think it's deliberate. So 23.99, yeah, not there yet. So rook here is interesting, but we just lose our queen, so it's nothing. Yeah, this is kind of weird. I mean, queen takes pawn just seems obvious because we're threatening mate and we're threatening the bishop. But if queen takes pawn, yeah, there's no check because the knight covers the checks. So queen takes pawn. Queen takes pawn, he'd have to move his queen somewhere. Oh, but he could move his queen to defend the bishop, but he can't. Maybe queen here. Queen takes pawn, defends the bishop. Queen there, check. Here, rook here, check. And then take the rook. Seems powerful. Simples. +4. So, who wants to keep going? So we spent the first hour doing some Crazyhouse commentary, and the second hour we made 2400. I'm quite happy to keep going if people want to keep going. So it depends on whether chat wants to do some more puzzles. So this one, a lot of pieces on dark squares, makes me think, are there some forks or skewers? And our king's on a light square, which means we don't need to be too worried ourselves. So, and hang on a second, this knight is hanging. But also our bishop, so we just take the bishop, take the knight. I am nobody really says, looks like human defenses, not engine ones. Okay, so let me know in chat. Do you want more puzzles, or you want to sit pretty for tonight on 2400? Because I'm quite happy to keep going. Rook takes bishop is tempting, but there must be a trap. Materially, yeah. In fact, no, I'm not sure. Yeah, so the trap would be something like. I was thinking this and this, but no, our rook could still run. Maybe this rook here. So I'm worried about the rook getting trapped, but there's also this. There's an amusing move, which is this. And I was thinking this, but it doesn't quite work. So this. No, whoops, what am I talking about? Yeah, no, that does work. Bishop there. So if queen takes bishop, rook takes this bishop, that sort of idea. So Squiggly Doodler says, knock out that red. So no, he's saying get 3 in a row. Maybe we can. Okay, I think taking the free piece looks good, and we're just going to then have to fight to be able to keep it. So after knight here, for example, rook here, queen here, we're not going to be in as good shape as we would have liked. So maybe there's a Greek gift. Rook takes bishop, knight here, and then Greek gift him. Bishop takes pawn check. And then knight here, and just go on a huge offensive. Ooh, I did not see that one coming. So this is interesting. So I'm still slightly concerned about our rook getting trapped. Taking with the pawn seems like a bad idea. Taking the queen seems solid. But I'm not necessarily seeing full follow-ups. Doesn't really seem like there's anything else I could do in the position. Pawn takes just feels like it's asking for trouble. So queen takes looks good. What would I do against knight here, though? I'm not sure. Queen takes bishop. There are queen takes pawn ideas, but I just don't see what they're leading to. I mean, just queen takes bishop. Just what's the problem? So I feel we're playing for quite a narrow advantage here. Okay, that's all there was to it. So knight here, check. It's saying, actually just do something like this. Sneaky. That's a sort of nice, we could also do this, but this, just sack. So we're playing for quite a narrow advantage here, yeah. That's just a +1. Okay, so this one, we're actually down an exchange and down a pawn. So we need to, but we're winning a, could we win a, well, no, we're not quite winning a queen. I was hoping queen here, check and take the queen, but he's got this. How annoying. Is there some trick? So queen here, check, at least it's a very forcing move, because it forces queen here. But if we exchange queens, then I'm not seeing how to follow up. So, but if we go bishop here, check first, he goes here, and then we don't have any easy checks. Ooh, there's also, oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. So this is even more beautiful. Because this time when the queen goes back, we just put the bishop in the way and it's all over. Queen b2 and pin queen. Okay, you guys are just faster than me. To take it. And yes. And I'm Nobody Really says 2 bishops versus rook isn't narrow about the last one. Okay. So this is a 2 bishops versus rook, but we're gonna kill one of those bishops. So rook here, check. If he comes up, we win the bishop. If he blocks, then we pin the bishop. And there's no way to really defend it. So why this rook and not this rook? Because we want to keep an eye on this bishop. So this rook first, check. Okay, he just gives us the bishop. Nice and easy. Oh guys, we've got rid of all the reds. Isn't that impressive? We're probably at a new peak rating. Queen takes pawn is what jumps out at me in this position. What's the continuation if he does something like queen here or something? Take everything and take the bishop. Okay, so you can't do that. Now what if he tries just backing off? Still taking the bishop looks strong. Takes, 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 and taking the rook at the end of the line. So queen takes is strong. Backs off. Bishop takes bishop. There's a pin. It's a problem. Indeed. So we get that one right. So what I think about this one is there are back rank issues, firstly. And secondly, there's a sort of obvious looking move. And I think it's the obvious looking move. But he can't do something like this because of back rank issues. So this is actually kind of annoying. What can he do? So he can't move the queen threatening very much. So it seems very straightforward. Just bishop here, what can he actually do? Hitting the queen moves, take the rook. Yeah, that's all. And we get a red, guys, because it's +0. Okay, on the computer it's it's a green, but when you play this on the mobile phone, that counts as a red. It's +0. Okay, queen takes queen is interesting because then we win an exchange. Exchange is good because we are level in material. So this is good. Is there anything better? I mean, knight takes pawn first, then you exchange, moves the rooks. It doesn't work, so this feels good. Just take that off. So we keep chuntering up. We're now at 24, 26. I'm sure this is a peak rating now. Okay, bishop takes knight is tempting. Because then a2 will be weak. And I think that's the right move order, but maybe it's not. The difficulty of problem says I'm nobody really is totally random. Correct. So basically, if your rating is at a certain level, you will get puzzles within a certain range. If you look at it'll be lichess.org/training/number, and the number will be within a certain range. And those puzzles are like preset. So people of a certain rating will get puzzles in that range. But it's true that as your rating increases, the average difficulty of those puzzles in that range will increase. And so, yeah, so if you get lots of puzzles right, it will still just give you the next puzzle, the next puzzle, and the next puzzle in your set range, unless your rating increases beyond a certain amount, in which case it will pump you up to the next level of difficulty. So probably a lot of these puzzles might still maybe be still quite easy in a way, because maybe I'm still in a lower range. That's quite possible. And if it suddenly thinks, okay, we've done enough, it might pump me up to a harder level of puzzles. But as you get higher, you do get -30 for every loss, and +1, +1, +1. So I'm thinking of move order here. Do I take here and then take here? Doesn't seem to do that much. I haven't even got any pin or anything. Or do I do this first? Which is interesting, because if knight takes bishop, I actually have this. Having said that, I'm just losing all my pieces is the problem. So I'm hesitant about which to do. And rook here is just another idea, but it seems too slow. So maybe this is a tough one. Takes knight. No. I feel wary about just giving away my bishop. So it takes. What if we just went here anyway? What about this? This? No. Doesn't feel right. Hang on. So if I did this, 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 he's actually up a rook at the end of all that. So it's like, that's a bit awkward. If I could distract that queen, I could get that knight for free. So that's the kind of thing I'd much rather do. So a move like, rook here, for example, just saying to that knight, just trying to shoo away that knight. That's a sort of tempting idea. But he'd probably just go rook f1, rook c1 rather, defending it. So, what to do? He'd also just simply have this move. Yeah, so I'm not sure. So the original idea was bishop there, knight takes. This is just no good. What about bishop takes knight? That was the other idea. Bishop takes knight, queen takes. Maybe there is something here. So you go bishop takes pawn check. Okay, this feels like, okay, we've got two rooks. But we've got to do something quickly. And Squiggly Doodler says just e5. What does e5 do? And hi there, Chuck Moulton, who's advertising my Crazyhouse blog, zhchess.blogspot.com, because that's my emote, as it were, is zhchess.blogspot.com. Yeah. So I'm just going to add a couple of VIPs to my channel, because you guys are so often on my streams, so you deserve it. I'm tempted by bishop takes knight, but we're going to have to do something against that queen. Bishop takes knight, just simply queen takes. And I don't see... chess is the best game, says, why king a something only move? Oh, bishop c3, queen c3, bishop c3, queen c3, yep. Bishop a2, bishop a2, that was my... And if here... So if king a1, maybe ideas like this. Definitely not seeing this at all. Because of rook c4 pin. Oh my goodness, rook c4. Yeah, that's very interesting. Bishop takes knight, queen takes, bishop takes pawn. I was looking at this pin, and I just didn't notice we have straight away a pin with rook c4. So very nice observation. And it was actually the line I was trying to calculate. Takes, bishop takes, king a1 forced. And now we just need to see if we can find a checkmate. Yeah, so maybe just double up the rooks, and the threat is just back off and checkmate on the back rank. Or if you went bishop here, check first, king here, and then rook here, the problem is the queen could just take this bishop. So doubling seems good. Maybe the problem is this move though, b3. And then it's less clear. So then we go bishop here, king here, rook here check. If he ever takes the bishop, we then have rook here check and takes the queen. But are we actually up material? Okay, I'm going to go with this. Oh, he went that way. So that makes life a lot easier. If he goes this way, so I was completely wrong, wasn't I? Not completely, but bishop e6 check, king here, rook here check. No, not rook c8. Apparently is better. But anyway, rook a2 check was what I was thinking. King to b1. What's the finish? It's sort of unsatisfactory, and like, no, what is? I want to find a decisive finish. So, okay, so maybe rook here is quite good because you're cutting off the king along 2 files. Okay, so he just basically just goes here. Okay, then that would be a problem. So he has to do something else. So do something like this. Go rook here, and so just something like this. Rook takes pawn. King here. Oh yeah, that's bad. So king into the corner maybe. Rook a4 check. King here. Okay, rook there check. Double check and wins the queen. Okay, so we're up a piece. So that's like a concrete variation. It's a tricky one. I am nobody really says king c2 is a stupid defense. Yeah, the one that the computer gave. Yeah. So this would have been more interesting in a way, but I think the problem is too many things kind of work. Like apparently even this is quite good. Rook takes pawn, and then he's forced into this line. Okay, that's a very concrete. And rook a2 check, king d3, rook takes queen, king takes rook, and just pick off some more pawns. So pawn takes pawn, king takes pawn. So just say we're actually 2 pawns up in a rook endgame with a more active rook. So yay, we win. Okay. This one, I think I see it. Queen takes pawn, king takes knight, queen here, checkmate. Is that it? Just a mate in 2? So it seems. And yet it's +8. Wow. So people must have really got this one wrong. What did they do wrong here? Is there some free piece that's hanging that they went for the piece? I'm really struggling. How did people get this wrong? Yeah, this is the puzzle of how people actually got this one wrong. I can't see. Hey, how are things going? I've been watching your channel here on Twitch. Says, yeah, okay. Yeah, cool. They're going well. We've hit 2400 puzzle rating, so we're doing good. But we just keep climbing. We're just not getting any wrong. So here we could just take a free knight. But hang on, just check the material. We're actually down a piece. So taking a piece might not be as good as it looks. We could also take this, hitting the queen. Taking this looks good. And then taking another piece also looks good. And I am nobody really says maybe they take f4 first. Maybe they take. So f4 is, you mean f5, but so this is clearly we want to win a couple of pieces, and it's just like a move order kind of question. So if we just took here, hang on, I just realized he has actually this, which is really annoying. So I definitely want to take this knight first. Does this, and just simply do this. Bishop takes bishop, king takes bishop. Oh, he has an annoying. This is interesting. So if pawn takes knight, bishop takes pawn. After pawn takes pawn, hitting the queen. Okay, he can't go bishop takes bishop because I just go rook takes queen. So I feel this is correct. Oh, the last one. They take f4 first on the last one. Okay. Just going back to the last one again. That wasn't the last one. That was. No, I've just lost my puzzles. This one. Yeah, maybe they think they take the rook first and then take h. Yeah, maybe. How do I do next puzzle? Just have to do it again. Okay, I want to take this knight. I want to take this knight, bishop takes, and I want to take this pawn. The queen's under attack, and I'm taking the bishop next. Just feels right. And then this way, I get to take my second piece, which is what I wanted to do. Just check. Yeah, I get to take my second piece, +5. Okay, so here we're white. Really weird position, and immediately I'm just thinking just check and pick up the rook. But it's not going to be so simple. He's going to do something like this. Check. Okay, so it looks like he's picking up one of our pieces, and we're going to give him a bit of a surprise. How annoying! Can't quite see. We could also just go check and pick up. No, we can't. The bishop defends. Eek. If we just do this, this, and then check and pick up the bishop, that's also an idea. But bishop takes knight, rook takes knight. And bishop takes... bishop takes bishop. And if he takes, then go rook here, check and pick up. So that actually seems better than the obvious one. Because if this, 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 he's just taking on... Well, actually, it's not clear. My goodness, there's so many possibilities. Knight here, check, king here. If we just take the rook, and he takes our rook, then we end up taking his knight at the end of the day. There are just too many possibilities here. Because the other possibility is just simply taking this knight. That also seems not bad. Takes the knight. He takes here. Okay, so if I takes the knight, maybe just go here. And then I have to move the rook somewhere. And then he takes my knight. Takes the bishop, takes back, and that's actually quite level. So I feel it is this one. Oof. So the point is he takes our rook, but we get his knight at the end of the day. Kind of tricky, but it was -0, so +0. Is that kind of annoying that +0 counts as -0? We lost 0 points solving that puzzle. Oh, Chuck Moulton, you're not mod? I thought you were a mod. Okay. Mod. Okay. I just didn't even notice the message. I kind of, the username kind of gave it away. Okay. I like pawn takes knight. Pawn takes knight is tempting. Oh, we're in check as well. So why not queen takes knight? Okay, material count is kind of a rook down. Yeah, that's why I don't want to go queen takes knight, because otherwise he'll take the queen, take back, and then he'll move his knight. So pawn takes knight feels good because we hit the queen, he's got no checks on us. And then we take another knight. So it just feels right. Yay! +5. That's nice. So again, that just feels like this is an obvious move, but I've got to be careful because rook takes rook, bishop takes queen, rook takes rook, queen takes rook. No, that's good. That's good. So bishop there looks really powerful, like really, really powerful. Without really getting my eye in the position at all, it just looks crushing. And What does he do? If he moves the queen, I just take his rook. If he takes my rook, I take his queen. Yeah, this is just... Does he have any counterplay anywhere? I don't see it. So he does take my rook, I take his queen. Nice and easy. +1. Tempo. Okay. So we're edging towards 2450. We're definitely breaking all boundaries here. That queen is looking so silly. But I can't see a way of taking advantage. Thinking of bishop takes knight, that's an interesting idea. It's an interesting idea because then the queen is hanging. And the queen can't take back. Ooh. So bishop takes knight is strong. Queen is hanging. He's got no check on me. No check. Pawn defense. Queen takes queen, we can take another piece with check. And then take back the queen. It's not so straightforward because if bishop takes knight, queen takes queen, bishop takes bishop, rook takes. And we take back the queen and he takes my rook, but then I've got this at the end of the line, picking up his knight. Seems good. Free piece. Let's go for it. Takes another one. Takes back the queen. And a fork. No. I almost fell for it. My goodness. This is what I do. I get the whole puzzle right and then I just don't see the last move. Rook takes rook. How did I miss that? It's just an exchange of rooks and I'm all being fancy trying to do a fork. Almost got that wrong. +1 puzzle. That would have been painful. So close to getting that wrong. So this looks like we seem to be in free piece territory right now. The question is, do we take with the knight or the bishop? If we take with the bishop, he could take our knight. So our knight is actually hanging. So we take with the knight. And again, very easy, very straightforward. +3, we hit 2450. How about that? It'd be nice if we could do something. Knight takes pawn just seems automatic here. Threaten mate. I think it's just giving us easy puzzles. I'm not quite sure. Knight takes pawn looks so strong. It's even got knight takes h3 threats at the end of it. Can't see anything wrong with this. And we are level in material, so after this we could be an exchange up maybe. Yeah, why not? +1. So with this move, this is actually quite dangerous, because if we just take the rook, I think we do just take the rook, queen here. We just got to be careful we don't come here, or do we? Because of... Okay, let's just try again. Takes rook, queen here. We have two choices. Takes rook, queen here, king here, queen here, check. No. I mean, yeah, taking the rook is clearly correct. This is the next move that's going to have to be careful about. The next move I have to be careful about. So if I go here, he might have knight takes pawn check. But then I just got here. Queen takes knight, king takes knight. I mean, we're a rook up. What's the big deal? But if we go here, there's something dangerous. Oh, so if I go here, he's actually got queen here check and pick up the rook. And I think that is dangerous, because then he's queen knight against queen and knight, so we go this way. We have to keep going. Oh my god. So he's still threatening to pick up my rook, which is annoying. So let's just get queens off the board. And there's no knight fork at the end of it. So queen here, check. Get those queens off. I mean, the other natural move to do would be something like rook here, but then queen, not there, queen here, check, king here, queen takes pawn, check, and he actually he gets like a repetition at least. Knight d6, knight here, attacking our rook. Okay, so our king is just too exposed. So this is fun. We're up to 24.57. So something I noticed about this position is there are back rank issues for white, but we have a hanging queen. Slight problem. So we could do a move like this, and that's actually threatening mate. We have to be slightly careful, because then he might have knight here, check. We could just take it. Takes, takes, and we don't have back rank mate issues because our rook can come back. So queen here is nice because it's threatening back rank mate, and he doesn't just have knight here blocking it because we take his queen. So it's actually a pin. So it's a pin, it's stopping this check. Feels good. Yeah. +3. Do we take the knight or not? If we take the queen first, he's actually got an intermediate check before taking back. I don't know if it's any good. We could just take the knight, and then if we take the knight, we're a piece up. But is there? Hang on a second. Yeah, if we take the knight, he takes our knight. Bad, very bad. So we definitely want to take the queen first. He might have an intermediate check, but we just come and chase him. So it's all fine. Simple. It's a kind of a trick. It's a trick question, trick puzzle. It's pretending to be tough when it isn't. So this just seems to be clear. But this is a kind of puzzle. There's also this idea. Just take this and take this. Too many choices. What to do? Material is, well, we're down like 4 pawns. So if we could win a rook, that would be nice. Winning a whole rook would be certainly nice. So I feel like it's just knight here and take the rook. It's such a sort of straightforward thing. Because if we do anything like rook takes, hang on a second. What about knight here, check, king here, and then just grab this knight. Then he's got 2 rooks hanging. But the problem with that is you could just protect both rooks with rook here. So that's why I don't really like rook takes knight. Rook takes knight at any point, he could just go rook here and maybe torment me. I just feel just check and take the rook is good. It is good, yay! It's such a simple, it's like almost a trick question, it's just +0. It's pretending to be more complicated than it is. Okay. So we can't take the rook because it's all, our pawn is pinned. This is interesting. I'm interested with this because it's difficult to protect along this diagonal. Maybe just this. So this, this, and then what? Could gang up, but doesn't. It's not obvious. I mean, that's potentially winning an exchange. Takes. rook takes, and then pawn there. What about bishop here, rook here, pawn takes pawn though? No, then so then rook takes rook is actually a threat. Well, bishop here feels correct. So the question now is, do we cash in? I don't think we do cash in. I think we want to do this. But the move I'm slightly concerned about is rook takes rook, rook takes rook, and then we've got a lot of pressure on here. But he's got bishop takes pawn check. And we have to do a move like king here. But that's actually safe. Okay, so he gets himself out of the pin. And now I'm worried about this square a little bit. I want to go bishop takes rook. So what to do here? Take the rook. He's got himself out of the pin, so I want to go bishop takes rook. But that's slightly annoying. Yeah, I mean, I think we want to take this rook, but I take this rook, I'm slightly concerned about this. I do want to take with this. I think I want to cash in. Okay, do I need to think? If I go rook takes, he just goes rook takes. Too good. So I think I want to cash in. Ah, that's it. So the point is, if he does this, that's easy. So the interesting move is rook takes rook here. And just go rook takes rook. Bishop takes pawn, king here. He's in a bit of a mess. Plus 28? So I just solved a 2657 puzzle. Wow, that wasn't too tough. Check, takes, cash in. How about that? 2657 puzzle. So if I look at the last one, 5784. No, we are doing the same. We're not in a higher band as we were before. Just turned out to be a tough one that no one could solve. Cool. So we're actually only 10 away from 2500 now. That's a turn up. So pieces are equal. Pieces are equal. We've got a light squared bishop, which is a disgrace, frankly speaking. Any ideas? Let's have a think. We could go check, and if the knight blocks, just put a lot of pressure on it and win a piece, or check king here and go here, threatening to go check on and win the rook, but he might have stuff like this. So maybe hold our threats and go here first. That's a sort of nasty kind of move. And Squiggly Doctor says rook check, and then rook takes knight. Oh, that's very nice. See, I was thinking something much more advanced, which is this, with the idea of this, and then this. But yeah, rook check and rook takes knight is pretty good, isn't it? Rook check, rook takes knight. He'd have to do something with the rook, and all he can do is like rook takes bishop, and then we just take it back. Yeah. That looks strong. I want to refute this one though. Rook b7. Maybe just h5. So if rook here check, king here, and we don't have any like bishop here. Yeah. And this one is following, picking up the rook because the knight was defending that square. +1. 1922 puzzle. Not getting any props for that one. Okay. How to finish this off? So the move I like here is queen here, check. Because if pawn takes, it doesn't work. My goodness. I was going to go rook here, checkmate, but it doesn't work. Ouch. And if king takes, then rook takes pawn is checkmate. Seems like such a nice idea, but does it not quite work? So let's just check again. Queen there, check, pawn takes. Oh, what a shame, it doesn't quite work. Okay, I've got another really nice idea. This is a hilarious idea. Bishop here, so the threat is rook takes pawn, checkmate. So if you're messing about anywhere there, you just, okay, all of this is just nonsense because he just checks me on the back rank, and then I cry. No, actually I don't because I've got this, but I'm probably not happy. So let's just check at the material count here. So my crazy idea was bishop here check, rook takes bishop, and then queen here check, pawn takes queen, rook here check, and that just doesn't work because of rook here. I am really no, yeah. Enough of this crazy ideas. I need to do something sensible. I need to do something sensible. What do I do? Okay, so what is Black's actual threat? His threat is to come in on the back rank somehow. And my answer to that can't be to put a queen here, can't be to put a rook here. So the answer must be to do something like bring a bishop back here or bring a rook back here. And the problem with that is it might take away an attacker. So again, another idea I was thinking is just pushing this. And again, if ever a check, we could just put a bishop back. That's just say the bishop's an irrelevant piece, we're just going to put it back. And the idea of that move was if rook takes rook, we push again, king here, and rook takes pawn is checkmate. And if bishop takes pawn, which is the other idea, then queen here check, bishop takes queen, rook takes is also checkmate. So g4 looks promising. And now nobody really says g4, queen c1 check, bishop d1. Queen c, yeah. So we got the same, and in fact you got there first. Just double checking, is there anything else? Nope, I think that does it. Yeah, here we want to keep the rook. So we're either going to move a bishop or a queen, but the problem with moving the queen is he might have bishop takes. I think I want to move the bishop as the irrelevant piece in the mating attack. But having said that, why does queen not work? Because then it goes queen takes queen, bishop takes queen, and then bishop takes pawn, and I lose my attack. So I need to go with the bishop. And now, this is the idea. Queen here, check. I missed that move. I completely missed that move. Bishop h5. So queen takes bishop doesn't work. We don't know. I mean, the problem is queen takes rook with check. So I need to, this is interesting actually. I just need to save this rook, but I can't allow rook here either. I mean, I want to do something like queen here, checkmate, but I need to get the rook. I need to secure this. Like I had this idea of queen takes bishop, king takes rook here. That no. So queen takes bishop, pawn takes, but then I don't have any checks. Is the problem? Rook here, just rook takes rook. Rook here, king here. I don't seem to have any checks. So queen takes bishop isn't working. Yeah, sort of dilemma I'm having is that I don't want to allow rook here, check. If I go something like queen here, just queen takes rook is sort of annoying. Like more than sort of annoying, it's winning too much. Rook here, then I'm losing control of this bishop. So this is interesting. Maybe rook here is an idea. No. Queen takes bishop is still a problem. You can go rook takes rook, and queen takes bishop. So, okay, I think I can solve this. Just need to the king is trapped. We just need to get a check on the king. We can't get a check on the king with our bishop. It's pinned. We can't get a check on the king with our rooks very easily. We probably want to get a check on the king with our queen. But the problem is the problem is he's getting checks on us, and it's just not good. So, for example, rook takes rook, rook takes rook. If we had something like queen g2, he's just coming in with a check. And if we go into the corner, going back rank, and he's winning our queen. So maybe if we come here, but then he's just taking this pawn with check. So no, this is not working. Yeah, I'm sorry I'm not looking at chat just yet. I'm just trying to figure this one out. It's like so annoying, I'm so close, I can't quite see it. And in terms of material, it's still fairly level. We're a few pawns down, so we really want to find this. We want to find this mating idea. Queen takes rook is just wrecking everything, trading off all our attacking pieces. And if we stop it from happening, or maybe we need to move this rook. So you could like turn down the exchange, but then he's getting rook here check. That's fine, because we could just step up. That's fine, because we could just step up. So the idea of rook here is we are actually threatening queen takes bishop, pawn takes, and rook here, among other things. But you can still do stuff like this. Somehow this is not it. Okay, I'm going to have a look at the chat. Must be bishop e3 hangs, queen h4, queen g3 then, no, never mind. Rook c3 looks too risky. And I'm Nobody Really says, take your time, you'll find it. Yeah, the problem with this is he just has this. And we lose our mating net. So that's not really any good. We have a beautiful mating net, and we need to. Queen takes rook is a darn problem, so that's why I feel like moving this rook has to be correct. And not moving this rook, because otherwise queen takes bishop comes in, and that's not very healthy. So moving this rook feels right. So rook here, also another idea, but just queen takes pawn. I can't see how to. There, it just gets taken. So rook here, queen takes pawn. Let's see if, and then if queen takes bishop, it's just not quite working. Rook here, check. King here, rook here, check. King here. Kind of annoying. This is interesting because it's a puzzle where I haven't seen the concept of the puzzle in a way. So there's some puzzles where you see the concept but you get the move order wrong or something like this. Whereas this one, having got the first few moves, I'm still looking for the concept to finish it off. So queen takes bishop doesn't work. Queen takes rook is the problem. If we move the rook aside, rook here is kind of annoying. If we keep the rook on the file, he's getting headway. This is the kind of dilemma. Okay, hang on. So this. Okay, so my idea was this. But the problem is just queen takes f4 annoys me, along with rook here check also being not ideal. The queen takes f4 especially annoys me. What about... Okay, it's a crazy move, rook here. That's too crazy, isn't it? Angry Dragon has an idea. I am nobody says, give us a shout if you want it. Squiggly Doodler, queen takes bishop instead of queen c2 for Angry Dragon. Kind of want to solve it though, so yeah, so queen g3 can't work. So Angry Dragon has got a line starting with queen h4. So I'll have a ponder of queen h4, but queen h4. So we're threatening mate, but that just seems we're losing the rook with check. But at least these entry squares are covered. But if we want the back rank, yeah, that entry square is also covered. So actually, we never want to check on the back rank, because check on the back rank would then take off our queen. So queen takes rook, forces king g2. And then queen takes, oh, he doesn't have queen takes f4 because the queen is guarding f4. So that's interesting. So queen takes f4, we lose a whole rook, king here. Now he has to try and defend this mate. Does he have a way? I mean, he might just give up the queen for another rook. No, that doesn't work. So queen h4, queen takes rook, king g2. King g2, yeah, so no, not that many easy checks. There's this check on g2. And again, we have to be wary never to go to the back rank, because otherwise queen there check swaps queens. So against queen to e4 check, we could go to h3, but that doesn't really help because then he can check us again. We could go to g3 and he can check us again. And that doesn't feel good. How are we going to get out of checks? So I'll look at the Angry Dragon line. Queen h4, queen takes e3, king g2, queen e4, bishop f3. Queen takes f3 though. Yeah. So that doesn't... yeah, so I don't like losing my rook like that. Okay. I mean, the other idea is just do this, but f4 falls. We don't want to lose f4. My original hunch was this, but it loses f4. So this, to just maintain f4, that seems like a good plan. And if he ever goes check, then king here. But then, this feels a bit slow. Rook f3 is interesting, but feels slow. Can we do anything faster? The rook f3 is quite nice because it defends f4 and f4 is key to our mating net, but still not good enough. Okay, I got another idea. What was wrong with queen g2 again? Queen g2 threatening this. Queen takes rook check. Ah, he back ranks me. That's what's wrong with it. Queen g2, queen takes rook. King here. Yeah, king takes pawn. Starts taking everything. And if I go here, yeah, it's just no good. It's just no good. I must be able to see the concept of this, so this is frustrating. Okay, another idea. What about this? No, because then he just takes, and then he has his choice. How are we going to deliver checkmate? We have to move that rook. Or queen takes rook is just too nasty. We could do this. That's another idea. But again, we need to maintain this pawn. This is a problem. Yeah, if he ever takes this pawn, we don't really have the mating net that we want. So it's not so nice. I have another idea. Not sure if it's any good. Not mundane at all. But rook here with the idea of queen takes bishop, check, pawn takes, and rook here checkmate. That's a cool idea. So how would you refute that? Let's have a look. Rook g3. What's the refutation again? His rook comes in though. Rook comes in. King here. Yeah, rook g3 feels good. So just to check, the point is queen takes bishop, pawn takes rook here, checkmate. How does he defend? Angry Dragon says rook e1, rook g3, rook e1, king f2. Oh, he gets f4 with check. That's not good. No, hang on. Not king f2. Maybe just king g2. King g2, because this square is covered. This square is covered. This square is covered. Those three squares are all covered. So just king g2. So rook g3, rook e1, king g2. And he's then hasn't got the checks he wants. And if he does queen takes pawn, or something like this, we just go queen takes bishop, pawn takes a rook here. Oh no, queen covers. Oh god. Yeah, not quite there. Queen takes f4, defends d6, as Squiggly Doodler says. Yeah, how annoying. Come on, I want my fireworks. Yeah, I mean, another idea is if we could ever get hold of this pawn here, that would also be pretty cool, because takes, queen takes bishop is also mate. So if we could ever get hold of that pawn, that would be cool. Hey, what about... Yeah, so it's not going to work. I'm just thinking of these crazy ideas. And you can't defend the bishop. I wish. Okay. There must be something here. Rook e1 takes d1, defends d6 too. Yeah, unfortunate. Unfortunate. So my main problem is how to reinforce these dark squares. It's a real problem. How to reinforce these dark squares. Queen takes rook being the immediate problem. Queen takes rook takes, and then taking the pawn being the next problem, because queen takes rook would come with check. Rook f3 is interesting as well, but he's just got this. And rook here, that's interesting. And if rook takes rook, I guess queen takes rook maybe. Nobody says simple move. Yeah, and I like rook here, defending f4. f4 is important. If he comes here, then he's still got this check. So that's annoying. Takes. And then if we don't have a queen, it's going to be... If we don't have a queen, it's going to be difficult to checkmate. So king f2 I thought about, but... Don't know. I mean, you could just take this rook and then just get a big exchange. And then he's 2 pawns up in an endgame. So dodging. I mean, that's a kind of simple move, but he just goes queen takes pawn, and then rook takes pawn. Kind of crazy. You can just take it. Rook here, attacking the queen. He just goes queen takes pawn. Need to have a sort of follow-up. g3, rook here. Don't have defense on the back rank. That's the problem. So rook f3 does feel nice. This, but he can't just go queen takes pawn. Okay, that's nice. So what else could he do here? He could just go queen here, check. That's an interesting move. Go here. Go queen here, check. But then we could always defend with the bishop. So rook here is kind of interesting. Here, check. Here. Takes. It's unclear how we're going to get back control. Is there a way of trapping the queen? No, look, this rook is just hanging right now. Is there anything we can do against his queen? So I've got another idea, which is rook here. And if rook takes rook, yeah, it doesn't work. Try to go for this sort of stuff. Queen takes bishop, pawn takes bishop. Rook here, check, king goes back. Queen takes bishop, pawn takes bishop. Obviously, we want to get a heavy on there. That'd be great. But I can't see how to. There's also this. That's interesting. But of course, just this. So again, opening up this and this. Just no good. So that tells me I need to keep it. Yeah, the rook is a problem where it is. If I move it along the rank, I'm going to have back rank issues. So therefore I must either move it along the file or do something else. E.g. something like rook here, queen takes bishop, rook here, queen here, check. It just feels like I'm losing a lot. King here. Well, hang on a second. Rook here, at least is threatening. Yeah, but he could just take, and then take the bishop, and this is just very much losing. So, if I can't reinforce the file, I can't move along the rank. I have to do something. If I can't move along the rank, or the rook comes in with check, and that's nasty. Unless if I can't move along the rank, I need to move along the file. If I move along the file, I need to move somewhere where I can still protect the square, but he just takes and threatens queen back here. do this, but then just takes, and then this falls. Oh, I could also do rook here. Then queen takes rook immediately. No. Rook here. Queen takes pawn. Queen takes bishop, checkmate. So rook here. Rook takes rook. So again, if I go rook here, queen takes pawn, which would be one concern. Queen takes bishop is just mate. What about just rook here? No, again, queen takes rook. So I need to rook here. Rook so, but the problem is rook here is just rook takes rook. Rook here, rook takes rook. Angry Dragon says, "Don't give up. Banana takes banana." Says Chess Lad. Squiggly Doodler says, "I can see a simple move in this position." And I Am Nobody says, "I gave you the solution 15 minutes ago in a whisper to Squiggly Doodler, but don't look if you don't want the spoiler." And Angry Dragon, what about something silly like King F2? I really would love if I went rook here and he took this pawn. That would be awesome, because then I can go queen takes bishop, checkmate. That'd be so nice. Okay, but he's not going to be so stupid. So what is he going to do? After rook here, he just takes the rook. And all the threats are renewed. Okay. Queen takes bishop, pawn takes. No. Yep. It is a mystery to me. Rook here threatens mate. That's interesting. The problem I have is rook takes rook. And then I'm losing the bishop, which is a problem. If I block this way, we're just losing the bishop. This is the problem. Oof. King F2 I did think of, but rook takes rook just creates a huge exchange. I think that's just not going to do. Yeah, I really want to go rook here, but he just goes rook takes rook. So I don't get what I want. Rook here, rook takes rook. So whatever I seem to do, he just goes rook takes rook. So if I move the rook along the file, he's going rook takes rook. And if I move it along the rank, he's going rook here. So if I move on the file, he's going rook takes rook and then rook e1 next. If I move along the file, along the rank, he's going rook e1 immediately. So that's why one of the best ideas I had was this. Rook e1 immediately, and rook f1 defends. What was I worried about in that case? Rook here, rook there, check, rook here. Yeah, then I'm worried about queen here, check. King to the corner. If rook takes rook, queen takes, getting rid of one defender. If bishop takes, queen takes, and sort of all my attackers are being traded off. Okay, what about rook here hitting the queen again? Why was that bad? Queen takes f4. Well, let's go rook here. No. The problem with that, anything like this is this. Oh my word. This is not good. So let's see if we can solve this puzzle, and then at the end of it all it goes +1. So in the current position, we're not actually winning. We are 2 pawns down, so I don't really want a mass trade if I can avoid it. I have another idea. No, it can't be good. It can't be good. So it's takes here, takes, and then rook here. Such a crazy idea. Yeah, it can't be good. You can just go check and take off the bishop, among millions of other things. Angry Dragon. It'd be funny if there was a bug and there was no solution. And I'm nobody reassuring. Yep, there is a solution. If only we could. Okay. Here he takes, queen. Doesn't go to here, check. So here takes. It's an idea. There's nothing obviously bad about that. And the point is, we're defending the rook. Defending the rook nicely. And Rizai 8000 has joined, and he has a solution. I wonder if Queen G3 is good. Yeah, we analysed Queen G3. The problem with Queen G3 is he can take the rook with check and then trade everything off. We no longer have an attack. So Rizai's solution is rook takes rook, Queen H4, threatening, obviously, mate on G5. And that stops the rook checking on the back rank, and it also stops queen takes f4, which is impressive. But after rook takes, he regains control of this file. So queen here check, he can just go queen here check. After which we can never stay on the back rank, because otherwise queen here check would swap queen. So we'd have to go to the second rank. And what? There's no checks on the second rank, really? So you'd have to go queen here check next. And could block with the bishop. So just go again. Rook takes rook, queen h4, queen here check, king g2 forced. Queen g2 forced. I can never move this bishop, okay, because that's pinned, but okay, queen e4 check. Bishop f3. Are we kind of running out of checks? So we run it. So takes queen here check, king here, queen here check, maybe bishop here. No, bishop here, we just take it. So hi there, Katas. Yeah, that looks like a draw, and I think maybe that is a draw. Rook takes e8 seems to give control of the e file, and Katas says just king f1. King f1, queen takes rook. Like, what does king f1 do? Yeah, I'm pretty stuck. So I was going for all kinds of stuff, like if that rook wasn't there, like queen takes bishop, pawn takes rook here, checkmate, all kinds of crazy things. But queen takes rook. So the problem I was having, if the rook moves anywhere along the rank, this is coming in. If the rook moves anywhere along the file, rook takes rook is coming in, followed by rook e1. Stuff like queen h4 directly, well, this queen takes rook was check. So that's kind of nasty. If this, queen h4, queen here, check, king here, oh, and then you can't take f4 with check. Queen e3, queen f1. So you can't take f4 with check. Okay, so what can you... Huh, okay, fine. Really? I don't get it. Why are you just hanging your rook? Okay, so what was confusing me was queen here check was making me very nervous. King f1. And there's no way of avoiding mate apart from just going like this, apparently. Trading. It's losing a rook. Okay, so that was a 2791 rated puzzle. Plus 31 points. I didn't really solve it myself, though. Angry Dragon says, what about something where your queen goes laterally to c3 or b3 somehow to attack f7 or g7? The problem was queen takes rook, simply. So that the original puzzle, just to show, because some of you missed the original, and to be honest, it was so long ago, I've completely forgotten it, was this move with the idea that, what was it again? I've completely forgotten. If bishop takes pawn, queen here, check, pawn takes bishop, rook takes, and if he doesn't do that, then g5 was a mating threat. So we got as far as that, and then he did this move. So our rook and queen are necessary for the mate, our rook is necessary for the mate, so he went here. Now we were all ready to deliver checkmate. We didn't take our queen and went back here. And at that point, I just got stuck all over again. Rook takes rook, and queen h4 stops here, and also protects here. Incredible. While also, so it does three things at once. And I thought this would just be checking us forever, but apparently king f1 keeps us safe. So why is rook takes e8 important? Because if queen h4 directly, I think we analyzed this earlier, queen takes rook, king f1. So why is it important again? No, he's already just won a rook. Yeah, he just won a rook already, so you can give the rook back. Yeah, so I'm nobody really. Well done for having it ages and ages ago. I guess I'd have been here for another hour. But oof. Okay, that was tough. So thinking this might be an idea. What else might be an idea? We want to so an idea might be something like here, here, check, and some kind of discovery. Maybe it's too slow. It's just an idea. And we're down quite a lot. We're down an exchange for a pawn at least. So we could also go here, but does this one just leave space for the queen? So probably he defends with the queen, but then There's also a case for this, because this is kind of hard to defend. But this, maybe. So maybe this is better. This, and then check. Here. Could go there, check. King goes back. Some kind of idea of knight here, knight here. So that's the kind of plan so what are people saying? Angry Dragon, knight g5 is better because if he defends, then you have queen h6. Yeah, against knight g5, I think the problem is queen f5. So it defends everything. And Chess is the Best Game says knight e5, then maybe rook c3 versus knight g5 blocks rook g3 check. Knight e5, then maybe rook c3, and knight g5 blocks rook g3. Yeah, there could be an idea of this as well. That's true. I had not considered. In fact, that's really good. That's really interesting. Just going knight e5 and rook here is quite a cool idea. And also knight e5 actually covers this back rank mating idea. So I really like knight e5. Yeah, I do like knight e5. My main problem is how to continue. Yeah, rook here is pretty sweet. Rook here, if he tries to go for a runner, then I mean, there's like queen here, check, king here. That's not good. So knight here, queen here. So the point is, if he defends with the rook, then there's sort of nasty ideas like queen here, check. Well, the rook just gets taken as well. But knight here, rook f8, then there'd be a nasty ideas like queen here, check, king here. Knight takes pawn, check, and then pick up the queen. So that's why knight e5 forces queen c7, I think, or else just losing, or some kind of weird counterattack, which would be very strange. So yeah, rook c3 is nice. If he tries to go for a runner, we could maybe go here. Okay, but the other idea is simply here, 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 check. This is what the idea I was thinking. Here, queen here, check. Or maybe he just goes for a runner. You don't want him to go for a runner. So knight here, queen here. Rook here is interesting because the threat is queen here and rook here. And so what to do? He probably has to run. And if I go here, he might run again, but then I've got, if he doesn't run again, I've got rook here, sorts of ideas. If he does run again, I've got rook here, king here, queen takes pawn. Things are looking ugly. Anyway, I'm going to just go for it. Knight e5. Oh, wow. Okay. So let's have a look at the much more interesting defense. c3. Going for checking doesn't do anything. Going for a runner. Rook g3. Again, checking doesn't actually do anything. He just does nothing. what do we do? Yeah, just rook b7, g7, that was my plan. If he keeps running, rook here, check, and well, let's just mate, in fact. Yeah. So, nice. Let's do the next one. Okay, do we take the free bishop or not? Let's see. Material is equal. We're hitting his queen, but if he ever takes it, we have a fork. So he's probably going to turn down that trade. Seems like a juicy bishop on offer. So why would I want to reject it when it's attacking my rook? So I'm going to take it. Seems straightforward enough. And now it might actually be up a piece, but I've got to be careful because what do I do? Like if I do this, there'd be maybe a queen trade. This might incite a queen trade. If I do this, I'm kind of, I might be asking for trouble. So this is interesting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So pawns are equal. If he just goes pawn takes pawn, maybe there's something I can do. The problem is if I go back here, that knight is pinned and might be uncomfortable with the move like rook takes. No, it doesn't quite work. But maybe just moving the queen in like so. And the threat is bishop takes knight, rook takes, queen takes, and so on. So queen in, how would I defend that knight? I can't defend with the rook, can't defend with the bishop. I'd have to come back and defend with the queen. And he'd have something like, So if I did this and he did this, I could come back and defend with the queen. Is there anything that stops that? Bishop takes knight, rook takes knight. Nothing obvious. So that might work. If pawn here just... Okay, so queen takes pawn just liquidates stuff. There's clearly no... Yeah, the thing is this looks really good because if queen takes, we just got queen takes, queen, pawn takes, and bishop takes rook at the end of the line. So it's just really strong. So pawn would have to take. And then do a move like this, and that forces a queen trade. So that feels good. That feels like a good way of forcing a queen trade. So pawn there, pawn takes pawn, queen there, queen is trapped, forces a queen trade. So that feels good. It sort of liquidates things down when we're a piece up. Go down here, then we just need to find the refutation. So queen here makes sense, queen here makes sense. Maybe just queen here. Very awkward. Got a double. Well, it's not a pin anymore, but the knight is pinning this. Yeah, the queen's hitting this pawn and so on. So maybe we move this pawn. It feels awkward. I feel I'm going to do this. Yeah. So that's correct. If we did just do this, what's the problem? Rook c8, queen f3, rook here, queen f2. Double up the rooks, king out the way. Queen to c5. Okay, so he's just very active. Okay, so I guess we should stop fairly soon. We've had a good run. My previous peak was 24 something. We're in check. The obvious thing to do would be to hit the rook with the threat of rook takes bishop, king takes, bishop here check, and bishop takes. Oh, that's not going to happen. This pawn is in the way. Maybe just rook takes bishop, king takes, and promote is what I meant. So that's good. So king here. Where's the rook even going to go? Also, why am I approaching this rook? Why didn't I run away from it? Let's have a think. I think the reason I'm doing that is because otherwise he could just go something like bishop here. So this is at least giving me a move, king takes rook, if he doesn't do a rook move. So this just feels logical. So now rook takes bishop makes a lot of sense, followed by promoting. What in fact can he do again? So if I did something stupid like king takes rook, he would go like knight takes bishop, take this rook, and be completely winning. But what about rook takes bishop check, and now promote? If I take the rook, he just takes this pawn, and so of course I promote. And he's got no skewer or anything, so it's an easy win. Okay, the next one. There takes bishop there. Here. Let's just block. No, because then I take it. So yeah, takes, king here, rook here, and he escapes. So it's not completely clear. And if we're not careful, queen takes knight is checkmate. So we want something decisive. We want something decisive. I'm sure there's a back rank mate here, but queen here check, rook takes queen forced, rook takes rook, bishop here. Not so easy, not so easy. We could take this. He takes back to the queen though. Okay, we've hit the 4 hour mark, so let's say this. Let's call this the last puzzle. Don't want to do this because otherwise there's queen here check, and we're just in trouble. Oh, queen takes rook. Simple. Queen takes rook. Takes the queen. I take his queen. He takes this rook. Not so simple. Let's see this again. Queen takes rook. Rook takes. Rook takes queen. He takes bishop takes rook. That's the only problem. Bishop takes rook at the end of that line. Darn. So let's go again. Queen takes rook. Is there anything we can do with this rook? Exciting. Queen takes rook check is quite powerful because if bishop here, just queen takes bishop is mate. So queen takes rook, rook takes. Rook takes queen, bishop takes rook. But there's no hit on that bishop to finish, which is annoying. Unless we could move the rook first, but as I said, that's just queen takes knight checkmate. So my first reaction when I saw this was just go with the queen. Takes, takes. Maybe not. Go with the rook. No. Queen takes bishop. No. Queen here. Rook takes. Rook takes. Bishop here. This bishop takes rook is so annoying. Queen takes rook. Rook takes. I want to take this queen, but he's eating a whole rook. So there must be something I can do with that rook before he gets to eat it. I can't see what. Queen takes rook. Rook takes queen. Rook takes queen. Bishop takes rook. And then I need a good move with my rook and knight. Don't see any good moves. Angry Dragon says, has puzzles helped your chess? Yes, puzzles has even helped my Crazyhouse. Because I'm a Crazyhouse player. And Angry Dragon says, rook b4 wins past pawn. Rook b4 just falls to this checkmate. I mean, unless you're going to go queen takes rook, rook, and then rook b4, but then no, the queen just takes it. After rook takes d4 check. Is this? Is that what you're thinking? Seems far-fetched, but I don't know. Oh, yeah, maybe. Sack your queen, yeah, maybe sack the queen. Takes, bishop there. But instead of taking the bishop, oh, you could go take the bishop. Could take the bishop and then take the rook. That feels good. Okay, I'm going to go with this. Okay, I just need to focus a second. I got to take with this rook. Check. Okay, now that's a key point. Do I take the rook with check? So I could take the rook and then take the bishop. Chess is the best game says, does queen d8 check do anything? Queen takes c1, rook takes c1, rook takes b2. Queen takes c1. Yeah, so in the original position, queen takes c1, rook takes c1, rook takes b2, bishop takes d4, and then rook b4, and win a pass pawn. Yeah, but it's still like an even game. You're just like one pawn up. So it's probably a draw. So this feels good because I'm gonna hopefully have a queen against loads of pieces. That's the idea, anyway. So here I just need to try and work out move order. If I take with the bishop, I'm worried king here and rook takes rook, then my rook is my rook hanging at the end of the sequence? That's a slight concern. He can't do stuff like this, takes, 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 because I've got a knight at the end of the sequence. So you see I'm a knight up, effectively. But here I'm just not sure, do I take the rook first or the bishop first? That's the question. So it's like move order. If I go rook first, does he have any checks on me? If I do rook bishop first, does he have any checks on me? So here, king here, rook takes rook. He actually has queen here, check. Rook here. Yeah, so rook takes bishop. King here. Rook takes rook. Queen here. Rook here. Queen here, check. And then takes the rook. So that's bad. So I've got to go rook takes rook first. So he doesn't have this check. And he can't go rook queen here, defending this very easily, because I've got moves like rook here. Yeah, so this works. Yes! If he does stuff like queen here, just rook here. And we're winning this bishop next move. So Chess is the best game also said rook takes c7, so nice one. The rook d1 is protecting d5, exactly, as Angry Dragon 1009 says. Yeah, so thanks all for joining me. Wow, we made 2550 at the end of the stream. I mean, I didn't expect that at all. Like my previous peak puzzle rating was 2410 or 2420. There was one puzzle, this plus 28, no, plus 31, which I did get help finishing it off. I saw the first move, g4. I saw the second move, bishop d1, and then I spent about an hour thinking about. I saw this move, spent about an hour thinking on this move. I did not see that this, followed by this, was a brilliant move because it prevented the check, prevented queen takes f4, and it threatened mate. Pretty cool move. I thought it wasn't good enough because I thought this is easy, just take it. I thought even here that just the queen would just keep checking because I was looking at king g2, queen e4, king g1, king f1 at this point, queen h1. Yeah, I didn't see that there was a way of getting out of the checks. What I didn't realize is simply king f1, and then no more checks. So the rook is guarding this square, the bishop is guarding this square, and the queen is guarding this square. So white's three pieces are actually covering all the checks, and the queen is also guarding this square. So that was quite a pretty combination. And it was a 2761 rated puzzle. So yeah. Okay, so we hit 2551. We're it's quite a monster rating. And actually, if I look at the number of puzzles I've done, it's now 12,598. So a lot of puzzles under the belt before hitting that huge milestone. So thanks everyone for watching and for joining in, and for also helping me on that particular puzzle especially. Maybe one or two others, some hints as well. We solved 56 puzzles today and gained 187 with only 3 losses and 53 wins. So cool, thanks everyone for joining in.